All right, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第544天 ，right? Is day 554, 544. Let's see. The Love and Deep Space drama. They announced a new character, Valko Ao Ying. They they got huge backlash of the Chinese community with the protests and threats, and even the Chinese public safety ministry criticized the game's promotional slogan. Also millions of accounts review bombed the game down to 1 star. And then they announced the cancellation of the new character and said they won't release any new characters in the future. Is this a mobile game? Are we talking about a mobile game here? Now, the other part of the community exploding mad for that decision, having petitions for reinstatement with 200,000 signatures and starting hashtags of hate and demanding the release of the character. It's a mobile gacha. Okay, that sounds about right. P5X had their controversy too. The biggest otome game. Okay, I see. So when it comes to like the Chinese group, it has been, at least in my opinion, gacha games have been radicalized quite a bit. So like since P5X also is managed by Perfect World, right? This is kind of convenient since we're doing our HanziHero right now. The Perfect World is a Chinese corporation, so its largest base is the Chinese servers, and whenever there's a backlash, there can be a cancellation, a pushback, or a delay, as because the Chinese group is incredibly unified. Like Chinese communities are incredibly unified in that way. And P5X, the one that got pushed back was like a patch that scaled up one of the banners to an excessive amount of power. So that power excess with the backlash, the developer immediately decided to postpone the release of it, if it will be released in its current state at all. It happens quite often. Actually, on gacha games, typically the Western audience tend to, when they view something negatively, they would then peruse a deep dive into the Chinese threads to see if there was a Chinese thread backlash. Because generally, companies that run their predominant servers, like their primary servers, like the first launch servers in China, then it would usually be that. So they are typically radicalized. You think that's completely insane how attached these people are to these games? I suppose. I mean, we have to think about the audience here. I'm not entirely sure if it's insane. I think it's normalized. It's quite normalized. The way people talk in their echo chambers is a great reflection of how their attachment, whether it's a game or an ideology or philosophy or behavior, typically nowadays, because of the exclusivity, like how the virtual space can be self-selected, you can become radicalized in pretty much anything at this point. And video games would be one of the greatest one. And then you can stack it on to escapism. Escapism promotes an even stronger exaggeration of the radicalization, because now it's invasion or betrayal of one's escape, which is an emotional response. So, at least in my opinion. For example, I was playing P3P, and 2 days ago, someone came by and talked about his hot take or perhaps a very selectively hyper focused opinion about what Persona 3 means to them, and that person immediately identified themselves as a nihilist. And when they talked, they categorized themselves as a nihilist and talked about the principle in like a particular theme in Persona 3, but it took a very hyper focused projection. So they said something about death, like death over and over again, when the game represents a specific theme, but that's not the entirety of the game. So that type of opinion also occurs very often. And it's not really, to me, it's really not that insane personally. Also, here's a catch. Thinking it's insane is kind of a radical statement too. So I would say it sounds a little bit like they're overreacting, certainly. I wouldn't call it insane because it would take someone who is also radically on the other side of things to immediately think it's insane about what they're doing without explaining their attachment to the game. So things like, man, it must be ridiculous to spend $3,000 on a banner. And my first thought is, it would seem insane considering that I spend $0 on a gacha game, right? However, I think the average statistics is it's like $300 USD, obviously normalized to USD from my perspective. It's about like $300 per banner. So that's like the average going rate nowadays across, like, people try to aim around 300, and so getting above 300 is pretty wild, and then below, and if we multiply that by the game's number of banners, then you can kind of give the idea of how it's attached. Here's my thought about being attached to a game. I'm attached to my PC, and my PC at the time, like the parts that I spent on the PC, it'd be about $2,000, right? And if we adjust for inflation at this point, it's like $5,000 in today's money. That was 5 years ago. So my first thought is, am I attached to my PC? Like, well, I mean, the people in China, their gacha, right? Their gacha games are like 5 times the value of my PC. So that's my way of rationalizing whether it's insane or not. Although the emotional part, I would totally agree that maybe that's considered insane because it's very emotional. I think emotional things tend to be quite insane when one cannot resonate with emotions. I think the Chinese crowd is quite far more radicalized than the Western audience may be able to see, largely because you see it from a third person. I mean, how much do you spend on gacha games at all? I'm not entirely sure how you go about it. It is interesting. I think the most interesting thing that you note here is there's a counter. Like, there's two groups fighting each other, like two radical groups countering each other, and not necessarily the developer or publisher defending themselves. That is definitely something new in the space. I have not been interested in something that involved a counter like defense, where the group was so divisive that there were two dominant groups, one defending and one radical, like, attacking. For me, this was recent, so the L&D drama sounds very familiar to me now because it just so happens that P5X also is run by a Chinese company, and that they did the original release in, right, the Korea and Taiwan and in the Chinese server. So that's very like it's become a regular thing where when someone's upset, like when a group is upset, like for example, the most recent anniversary, the global anniversary for P5X, it was very lukewarm. And I already voiced my opinions about it, where it felt like the anniversary was a glorified promotion to sell something and not a celebration of the game itself. And the the what you call it, the developers and the publishers, they released an apology statement. However, their apology statement turned out to be another promotion for another banner. So, like the entire Western audience and Japan. So, Japan and the global server in P5X are outside of it. And um, it the Chinese group, the people who are playing the Korean and the Chinese ones, they all agreed. So now it's kind of, you hear this dialogue like, oh, I hope we're upset here. I hope the Chinese group are also upset so that the developers can hear our outcry for disagreement. This is the slogan they got upset about. Interesting. Was also because of cultural erasure and localization insults. I see. And historical and political triggers. Oh, the red lines. I see. Interesting. See what? I wonder what the character is about. What's the theme of the character that would create? Yeah, that's that. I wonder what context that is. So this means, yeah, invite house, right? Yeah, invite Lang. Yeah, okay. Yeah, pull the wolf into the house. That, it means, in my opinion, welcoming trouble. Yeah, so the character's slogan, the banner that they're introducing, deals with an insinuation of disaster or calamity, like inviting trouble. That's that can be a very geopolitical trigger for sure. The Chinese Minister of Public Security publicly condemned this, stating it romanticized home invasion and sexual assault, posing a danger to women living alone. And yeah, that would do it. I think that sounds, I know you just said something about completely insane. I'm not sure what part of the thing that you found very emotionally insane. In this case, I think in terms of geopolitics, that is a big no-no to uh gamify something like that. Now, the closest thing I can think about as a controversy to that would be something like a Dragon, the Like a Dragon series, with the Japanese appeal, the idea of like domestic violence and organized crime. However, even then they did get fairly close to the line. When it comes to the Chinese like public image and whatnot, that saying is pretty rough. I'm not entirely sure if it was intention. Like, is the otome, is the love and, I guess, love and deep space, is that a Chinese game? Like, what I mean is not Chinese as in it's run by Chinese. Does it like feature Chinese themes, Chinese characters? I mean, based on the name you gave me, the character Volko, and then you had in parentheses Ao Ying, maybe Ao Ying. I'm guessing those are Chinese characters in the game too. I think that there's a lot of too much of an inference and normalization. In your eyes, it's just a game, like just not too serious. I disagree with you. Games are very serious. They are a lifestyle choice. But in your eyes, I can see how you would feel that way. Like from your perspective. I think I can sympathize with you. If you're taking the stance that a game is never serious, right? Then this would sound like a ridiculous scenario. I disagree with you that the aspect of being a game makes it not serious. However, a lot of older Western games make dark jokes. Those are the key words. A lot, older, Western, dark. So all of those things mean that you do not understand the Chinese position, right? Maybe you're just underestimating it. Well, you're not underestimating older Western games making dark jokes, right? That you're not underestimating. It's a cultural dissonance that you have with how serious a game is, its public portrayal, and game is media, so multimedia. So both China and Japan and Korea, Thailand, Vietnamese, most of the Asian countries, games media portrayal is serious. So games are part of that now, largely because games have become a lifestyle. I talk about this too with the person that dropped by 2 days ago that gave me their hot take on Persona 3. I keep referring to that one because that person talked about how like they love Persona 3 because Persona 3 deals with the theme of death and like that death is inevitable, and that they brought up philosophy, and then they talked about how they identify as a nihilist who believe death is inevitable and whatnot. And the reason why I think games are serious is because of meeting people like that, where that is the social norm, where someone begins to identify and use their life arrangements, their perception of themselves, as their interaction with video games. This person suggested that, oh, well, I was just talking about the game itself. And I'm like, but you identify as a nihilist. So the significance of that game dealt with their identity as a nihilist, especially a nihilistic person who's overtly concerned about death. That's how the person introduced themselves to me. So it's not like it's a trivial matter. So for myself, yes and no. I'm an older game person, so I don't use video games as a form of escapism. Others do. You don't strike me as someone who gets overtly attached. I mean, based on your behavioral status, you swap games as though games are games. So, for sure, you and I have the same emotional tolerance. Like, I'm not even remotely attached to games. I use games as a vehicle to understand other people. So I understand that you don't take games seriously for sure, because you bounce from game to game like on a every other month basis. Like video games are a flavor of the month for you. So I would definitely understand like what your opinions and stuff. It definitely tracks that games are games. Now, when that game becomes football, for example, or golf, right, or a career maker, and now a lifestyle choice, games occupy, like for many of these people, I suppose, and the backlash, right, the community, the games represent the vast majority of their free time. So they would, in my opinion, inherently identify as those games at some point. And since we're talking about gacha games are connected by their theme of attachment. Like, people legitimately get attached to the characters, hence the banner structure. So even less so than Western games. Western games do not create inherent attachments to character portrayals themselves. Actually, older Western games and Westernized games of today, they are MC dominant. So what I mean by that is it's a projection of themselves most of the time. Like the games you play right now, most of them predominantly show that you're a egotistical person, like a narcissistic person. Not a bad way. Like the games you play projects your own self. So you can take your own self anywhere. While in the gacha realm, or like let's just say otome stuff, right? Like waifu material stuff, the portrayal of the game itself is what they're attached to. Like someone who identifies as one of the characters that are in the narrative of a game. And in the Western, lots of older Western games and current Western games, you actually recognize your own power fantasy. So you're projecting yourself in it. So as long as you're okay, like the person you are, right, you can take yourself anywhere. So like when you play a Souls-like game, you're taking yourself to the Souls-like game. You're not becoming attached to the character. The character itself is a vessel for you. At least that's how I try to understand. Now, with all that said, I'm more empathetic towards your perspective. I don't think games are serious to me because I don't use video games as a form of escapism. I actually use video games as a form of intellectual exploration. When I talk to other people, they no longer play multiple games. They play like one game or two games. So the behavioral aspect, I actually ask people what type of games they play. If I ask them, so what do you do on your free time? And they would say a game, or they play games. And I would ask them what type of games do they play, or how many, or stuff like that. It would tell me about their lifestyle. If they name like a platform game, we were talking about platform games and live service games the other day. If they name something like a platform like Roblox, then they identify in Roblox. So they would likely statistically be one of those people that you're maybe having trouble empathizing with, right? I definitely agree with you most of the time. If I had to reveal my personal take on this, it's difficult for me to be attached to the game itself. It's more so I get interested in the people who play those games. And you, Drama, remind me of coffers who I typically talk with, where games are a form of entertainment. You go from game to game. They are simply a vehicle for you to enjoy yourself that doesn't identify you or show your self-worth. Legitimately though, if I had to collect my occurrences, I think, Drama, you represent someone who I wouldn't be concerned about, as in like stable identity. Your identity does much stronger outside of a singular like activity. The person I met 2 days ago, it felt like the way they talked about it, they identified as the game. Like the way they talk, they identify as the game and the game series. So when they try to describe themselves, like what type of person they are, what they enjoy about certain things, they speak through the game. Like, for example, Drama, if you came by and you said something like, oh yeah, I'm a, like, when you introduce yourself, it's like, oh yeah, I'm a this character main. I basically live and breathe this character. This character describes me perfectly. That's the type of thing that I'm talking about. So if you have a bunch of people who, right, if you have a bunch of people who identify as a game, you'll probably enter the same type of discussion where when you start talking about the game in any way or any perception, they get very emotionally distraught. I try to be sensitive about it. I've gotten myself into like unintentional trouble by or trying to be analytical about someone's like favorite game or something like that. You agree with your assumptions about you? Okay. My assumptions about you? Just throwing it in here real quick. Yeah. Yeah. I think drama, you and I have very similar game like ability. Like we kind of have a resonance with what place games have in our lives. For myself though, I talk about video games and like look at video games a lot because it helps me understand the people that I interact with more often. Not that you're less important, drama. I often think that you have a lot more to talk about in video games in terms of like the breadth of video games. And then the ones that I typically encounter are the depth in video games. So you can consider video games pretty much like a lifestyle choice. Now, if we take that perspective, right? If we take the perspective that video games, especially gacha games, are lifestyle choices. Now think about seeing that slogan over and over again and seeing the depiction and association with that language over and over again. Then you start to worry. And obviously you and I and many others, like a big significant portion of population, maybe even on the older side, are still part of that party where you remember I'm not sure if this was still around, but were you alive and associated with the idea that violent video games make violent people? When I was growing up around my teenager years, so you should be like maybe in your early years, maybe 5 or 6, something like that, if you started playing video games. A while back, yeah, so that's the problem. That's what they're talking about. Like, it's a new wave of that. When back in the day, though, not too long ago, it was big in German media. Yeah, so the whole like being exposed to violence, it desensitize you to violence, or does it promote violence? And overall, that narrative existed like when video games became a big thing, Blizzard and stuff. And in the end, it became like a middling result. Basically, violence could desensitize someone so they actually become less violent, or they can promote violence because they think about violent thoughts, etc. But it was spurious. Like the data correlating those things were spurious. Now we can fast forward 20 years. So let's fast forward to the present day. Now, not only do people just play video games as in being exposed to it, they also have lifestyles around them now the activity that they do, the vast majority of youth now, the activity that they do is consumed by video games. So maybe perhaps again, it will be another 10 years before we actually see any strong converging evidence or divergent evidence that would suggest that now that something has become a lifestyle, does that exaggerate the association enough? To me, when I'm talking to someone, it's grown quite difficult to speak to people about any task because now they're using video games as a way to describe themselves, right? Which is what I said earlier in a way. Now think about this. When I ask someone, what do you do on your free time? They would say activities like, I go golfing, I do some pleasure reading in like some novels, and then I do some self-improvement. I go to the gym and do this and that, right? The person would describe their lifestyle. When I go to ask this question, I ask this question to anyone I meet. So this is my social experiment when I'm streaming. I ask people and try to collect as much information as I like. By information, I want them to express their information to me. So nowadays, the more common phrase is that they would describe a video game. They would describe their activities solely in video game terms. And it would be kind of difficult too, because I'm the one who asks questions about their video game. Largely, when they say things, they would categorically talk about the video game as though I understand what they're talking about, which typically I do not. I don't usually identify as something I'm not literally doing, right? So someone would say something like, oh, I'm your Minecraft person. And my first thought is, I don't know what that means, Minecraft person. Can you educate me, or I should educate myself in what that means? Like, you're a Minecraft person, so does that mean you like blocks, or do you socialize? Do you go to school? So that's the hard part, right? And this happens a lot. Yeah, I was being facetious about like blocks or something. But generally speaking, it's very tough right nowadays to have someone not describe something as though they already identify as it. So then I don't get any information. Like, I can't possibly understand you. A genuinely funny take. They started blaming like GTA 5, yeah, for enabling people to do violence, naming specific cases, but like most people play GTA, so okay. Yeah. So the idea is, when it comes to cherry picking, right, the whole violence correlation with video games, it involved a lot of bad actors and cherry picking. Now, that's not to say that when it comes to public, like political aspects and fields, the outliers are unimportant people, right? So we want to make clear, I want to make clear that statistically, objectively, objectivity doesn't care about everyone. Like, objectivity does not have feelings, right? So despite the correlation being weak because it doesn't meet up to statistical validation, that people, like the general audience, statistically there's no strong correlation or converging evidence that an activity that people do as fun or entertainment correlated with their lifestyle choices and their decision making. Like, there wasn't a strong correlation. There was a lot of spuriousness, and it was significantly spurious. Those people who did get associated with this, those people that's unfortunate. So we don't want to unintentionally devalue those who did in fact maybe coincidentally or have some association with the violence naming of video games. With that said, though, the landscape has changed since then, right? Now, that's all they have, and that's what they do. That's what they see. Now, we can there's not a strong case for like violence per se. Like, that has not been the focus. Now there's apathy, disinterest, and nihilism. That's why I brought up that guy from 2 days ago. Nihilism is on the rise, and that is a case for what happens if you just substitute it for violence. I'm not saying they're the same thing, because that it's tough to know the intricacies of those contexts. However, when it comes to nihilism is on a gigantic rise. And it's not nihilism because of any game theme. Like, it's not like all video games have nihilistic themes. In fact, I argued against this person, but they didn't want to hear my counterpoint, that Persona 3, the Persona games, the hot take of, this is my hot take, so I'll take responsibility for it. Across the Persona games, the reason why I like the Persona games is their hot take is they're celebrating life. At the face of adversity, like death, apathy, loss of passion, loss of desire, murder mysteries, right? Those are like some of the themes that across Persona 3, 4, and 5. It's about life. It's constantly celebrating life. Your focus is to make the most of your time. The reason is that life is short. There is mortality in life. And yeah, Persona 3's main theme is that death can happen at any corner. However, the 90% of the time when you're playing a Persona game is celebrating all there is that you can do as a person in your moments, all the different tragedies that can happen. The willingness and vigor to live is what gives life its meaning, as well as the idea that life is finite, right? In P3, it's evaluating it juxtaposed to death, while P4 is in the form of a mystery, like a murder mystery. And then P5 is the loss of passion. So like you just lose completely because it represents, they represent their period pieces. I don't know. P3 was very edgy. So that was a P4. Murder mysteries were on the rise during P4, like true crime stuff. And then P5, we're entering the modern day where people have passionless pursuits. Like the topics and themes that they wrote about brings together many of the sources of problems. For me, I spent most of my last couple of years talking about the loss of passion, basically P5's theme. I haven't played P5 and I know more about P5's themes than like P4 really. So Persona 5 wrapped everything around how people have lost their desire, like their hearts. So because of the explosion of the internet, they definitely do different themes to illustrate that. But here, that's what I mean. Like, individuals don't live their lives anymore. The climb is in nihilistic behavior. Basically, they know that their life will amount to nothing. So a natural way to express themselves is nihilism. There's no point in everything if you're so infinitesimally insignificant in the context of the universe or even in the context of the internet. So here's all these cool people making millions of dollars and I'll never be one of them. That type of thing. So that's kind of the part that what I mean by, are they overreacting? I'm not entirely sure. I think nowadays when you expose yourself significantly to a combination of wish fulfillment, video games is one of them. Wish fulfillment, bombarding yourself with wish fulfillment means that you become more nihilistic. It's likely. This is correlation, obviously. Early days, it could end up the way of violence and video games. Later down the road, like all these kids will grow up to be fantastically successful adults with ambitions of their own and identity. I do encourage that. Like our talk, 2 or 3 days ago, drama. The goal is that I hope that people still continue to be ambitious, passionate. My major concern is that I do believe nihilism is on the rise. And whether that's attached to video games or not, it's one of the narratives that I would promote. However, I wouldn't say it's causal because it's so difficult to create causality from corollary data. So it's much like the violence in video game situation. I have concerns. I have no way of ever proving that, largely because it's corollary data. It's such an interesting topic, like video games and drama and like radicalization. That's such a interesting take. I'm not sure about if Japan enacted anything, but China is definitely enacting many ways to kind of mitigate, or what they see to mitigate the exposure of video games becoming a lifestyle choice. So like moderation and rigid disciplinary restrictions and boundaries to young adults becoming early identifiers to video games. So I think the backlash and the radicalization is a great reason for this intervention. I'm not sure how Germany feels about this. Like I haven't followed any. Germany hasn't made like the headlines for video game moderation. Australia is the biggest one at the moment that I follow because they made headways, and then some states, various states, like in the United States, at the state level, you can try to implement moderations for like access to the internet and stuff. What intervention? Government protocol, government intervention on the early youth exposure to lifestyle choices online. Brazil? Oh yeah, that's right. Brazil recently too. That's true. Brazil is a good one. China is the other one. Although China is filtered, right? So we don't. I would take it with a grain of salt, whatever is coming out of media coverage. But China would be one of the iron fist approaches to moderating gaming life. So it is what you're saying. In fact, when you think it's completely insane, that's what's concerning about it, at least in my opinion. The idea is that these things are happening and it could be related to that. For you and I would say I'm kind of I'm on your side of the fence. Maybe like not as deep into it because I'm trying to figure out, or I'm trying to be curious about this stuff. And that's what I usually talk about video games in a fourth wall situation. I rarely like consume media without a fourth wall awareness. So oftentimes I rarely ever identify myself as a video game or identify myself in a video game because me as a person is much larger than a video game. You mean you're here for another opinion and take to learn something? Yeah, like, hear me out, right? I'm not sure if you're gonna get. I'm sure you want to get married, have a child someday of your own, perhaps. Drama. I'm in a, I'm in a position where I think about children most of the time, like raising one or going back to education, educating students and whatnot. And that's a constant dialogue where video games are in the behavior and decision making of kids. And these kids have access to the internet. They can start a brush fire all they want. Like, as long as you're able to type in some sort as young as 13, right? As young as 13, you can start a fire online. So that can radicalize them in any way possible. Like if they are unable to throw a temper tantrum to their parents when they're young, they can throw it online. So why 13? Usually universally 13 is the cutoff for like major intervention. So what I mean is, yes, you could pretend like you're 13 when you're 10 or something, but 13 is the international standard. Like it's the one that is consistently held across the board for online access. Now in other places it's increased. So there's a few places now like 17, 18. That's what we're talking about. The whole, like, when drama raised Brazil and I was talking about Australia and China, it's no longer 13 there. I chose to say 13 because that's still the norm. 13 is the guideline for, so 13 with the guardian but but you know, it's based on the honor system because a 13-year-old can circumvent these. For myself, as a person who has no control over this, I usually try to be very careful of being associated with people who are underage on the internet, largely because I would advise them to make sure that they have a fruitful relationship or an open communication with their guardian, because technically the liability lies in the guardian of someone who's younger than 13 and even under 18. However, we know how kids are from 13 to 18, so it's fair enough. For myself, technically social media didn't exist until after I was like 25, like the state of social media now. So it was a moot point for me. It's a point that I can't relate to other than empathetically. So like vicariously through others, basically. Like I'm trying to empathize with other parents who have young children that they must take accountability for exposure online. And I don't want to be one of the reasons why their child decided to suddenly take a nihilistic approach to their lives, and then the parent would be upset that their child has lost their ambition or their spiritedness, and then now they lock themselves up and identify themselves as a video game. So nearly every form of their aspect of their growing life revolves around a video game. And what I mean by that is, I'm not even saying this in an extreme case. I'm not talking about them spending 24/7 on the video game. I'm talking about what they purchase, what they like, what they want to eat, what they are, I don't know, aesthetically attracted to. All of that stuff happens. What do you mean identify as a video game? Well, I told this to Drama. I shared this with Drama before. Like when I was playing Persona 3 this week, the whole time, there was a person who legitimately started identifying they identified themselves as a characteristic in relation to a video game. So it's kind of like Procall. Soon, I'm going to tell you soon, because November is going to roll around. GTA 6 is coming out, right? If I'm not playing GTA 6, for example, I'm not playing GTA. I haven't played GTA ever, so I've never played a GTA game. I have played a Rockstar game. LA Noire, I have played. Now, eventually, this is going to happen. I'm going to be playing a different game. I'm going to be doing something different, and someone's going to describe to me how their life is GTA 6. Not a Bully. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, you mean Bully Rockstar game? I haven't played Bully, the Rockstar game. I only played LA Noire because it was remember that Rockstar game is a console publisher. Bully did eventually get released on the PC. So, generally speaking, though, I haven't played Rockstar games because they're console first. They're a console first publisher, and they will continue to be, apparently. Even for GTA 6, they'll continue to be a console first publisher. So that's usually why. It's not because I have something against Rockstar or like I don't like violence or whatever their topics are, like Red Dead Redemption and whatnot. That's not the case. It's usually because they're console first. That might change in the future. Who knows? Bully was very same. Bully was even earlier. I stopped having you. Red Dead, really good games. Yeah. So the thing is, when I'm trying to answer Procall's question about identify as a video game, this is when you ask someone. It's not that you couldn't bring yourself to off cops in GTA 5 like Elon Musk. Exactly. So hear me out. Hear me out. That's what I mean by identify a video game. And it's not so much identify as a video game in the sense that they literally want to be what the video game is. It's that their behavior and their decision making reflects a video game. So I will give something maybe a bit more sensitive here. So you can use your imagination to fill in the blanks, I suppose. Some people start identifying as something they are not. So, like, how to dress, what's important to them in terms of, like, gender roles, right? So, you can fill in the blank, but generally speaking, the type of video games that I typically play and the type of, like, cultures that I represent or I tend to engage with, the Western audience has a very collective trend towards specific type of decision making that reflects the game itself. And when they talk about what they like, they would defer to the video game as a way to explain their likes and dislikes. That's what I mean by identifying as a video game. So they don't tell me what they think about their video game, what they see in the video game. They use the video game to explain themselves. Like, oh, yo, I am, like, for example, for Persona games, oh man, Yukari is my bae, right? That's what I mean. Yukari is my, like, is my waifu situation. Or like, oh, I like girls with this perspective. Or oh man, this guy, that's my bro right there. That's my, I don't know, spirit animal or my avatar or my life's perception or that type of thing. And that's what I mean by they identify as a video game. And then when you talk about their video game, right? So that's where Drama and I started talking today. What the video game's image and what the video game's presenting would then reflect the people playing the game. So that's where me and Drama started talking about the current, for lack of a better word, the current drama with, like, apparently a gacha game called Love and Deep Space. When people identify as a video game, they respond violently, like quite violently, when their game starts doing something that is disagreeable to their image. So while maybe Drama and I have a lighter approach to what games are, games don't define the person. Games can be compartmentalized effectively, or selectively filtered with one's identity and perception that would devalue or lower the impact of how that game represents things. That's not quite true in the current landscape. Like when someone's, for example, I played we were talking about DLCs. So me and Coffers the other day were talking about DLCs for like Persona 3 and how violently people review bomb something because there's a mark like depreciation of something they love. Like they love P3 Reloaded, the remaster P3, and then a DLC was released and it didn't match the quality or the standards that they hyper love P3, right? So then it justified them to violently destroy the publisher and the developer's product by review bombing a different part. So that's what I mean by identify as a video game, as in it becomes personal. Nearly most people's, in my opinion, the bigger review bombing, and they're not, I agree with Drama, I don't think they represent the vast majority of people in the world. However, it does create a problem for publishers, developers, and people who participate in the creative arts. Now, Video games, you could say, well, um, why do you believe this may be true even though they're the minority? Collective, concentrated hate and like, resistance or protest online is very powerful. It's far more powerful than before. Now you might be thinking, okay, well, is this a new thing? It's not. Comedy. If you ever follow a comedian, this has happened before the digital age. Now, it was a bit harder to concentrate, despite being minorities, right? Local concentration is a lot easier in a virtual space that can collect them. So, before, when you have protests and stuff, it's difficult to locally concentrate protests, despite being a minority, right? You can have 100,000 people spread out in the world, and that would be a diffusion. So there's no local dissonance. Usually when we talk about statistical distributions of like corollary data, like behavioral and causal data, you're talking about a normal distribution. So there are a lot of conditions that you're assuming. Population is distributed, it's sparse, right? When you take all of them, like if you have 100,000 people, sure, there's over a billion people, right, in the world. If you take those 100,000 people, despite being a minority, if they all concentrate in a local area, which in a virtual space, you can constitute a local area whenever you can, like a Discord or a subreddit, you can concentrate them. That becomes sharp, and it's an acute, possibly volatile situation. It's kind of like taking a gigantic nuclear bomb, right? For lack of a better term, and spreading its payload out in a gigantic area versus concentrating all into a single bullet in a smaller area. The smaller area, despite having its density is higher, right? The density, the impact of the density is more acute. So when you have acute concentration, you also have emotional outburst. So like a revolt, for example, requires a concentration of the protests. A revolution, a coup, they require a concentration, not necessarily an overall like consensus. So this is where like the internet has come to a front, at least in China. This is a Chinese like political drama situation, which did occur in P5X too. Not so much to that extent, because it didn't necessarily deal with a concerning topic, more of a loss in investment for P5X situation. This occurs coincidentally though. Like what drama is talking about, now that I do in fact play a game that is published by a Chinese publisher, now I have become exposed and aware about these things. Most of the time I play single player games, so rarely do they collect enough of dissonance to create a concentrated form of protest, which signing the signature, right, the signature for the counter rebuttal, that's a concentration. Is there much political talk in China online? I can't tell. Play a game or play? I can't tell. Like I don't visit. I don't like dig into Chinese online, unfortunately. And Drama is sharing this story with me. I'm not the source. Like I'm not a third party source of this. My thought is, yeah. I what can I say about this? I sympathize with the outrage, because I think, to me, sad people, upset people are still upset people. Upset people make more upset people. Not being able to understand why they're upset, or like all the sides, people being able to communicate with each other, that leads to more dissonance. And right, my thought is I'm a wishful thinker, so I typically think, all right, well, I like to believe there's some tolerance or understanding that comes about these things. Maybe that's a romanticization of that too. This type of issue has become emboldened again, like because of the internet. Drama and I kind of took us back like 20 years earlier to the whole violence and video game correlation. I grew up with that type of geopolitical contextual thing about video game, which is the idea of the depiction and normalization of violence in video game. And hear me out, there was another concurrent narrative that is now even more true than the more salient than the violence in video game. While the violence in video game stuff faded to a great extent, there was another topic that was in video games when I was growing up that was sidestepped because it was far more complicated for like geopolitics to get involved, and that was the over sexualization of female characters in video games. So now, fast forward 20 years, back in the day, that was more of a patriarchal thing, because the video game space was dominated by the male gender, and then the people who made video games was dominated by male gender. So that narrative was like sidestepped, largely because even government officials and geopolitics are largely patriarchal, right? So that's besides the point. Fast forward 20 years, that's no longer true. Now, is that issue being raised yet? No, it's not quite, because now the internet are in cells. So much like we could say, oh, it's a bad thing. Echo chamber is a bad thing, right? Like, radicalization is a bad thing. There is pros and cons. There are pros and cons to this. One of the pros is togetherness, so a sense of belonging. And one of the things is even fascinations and quirks like hypersexualization and stuff are also compartmentalized. So what happens is it's more like it's the double edge of radicalization. Radical behavior comes from finding radical opinions, being collectively finding a sense of belonging. So you can pacify, you can overall say things like that have become more stable. They don't interfere and be detrimental with something. However, when it trips the wire, it's explosive. So radicalization and pacification of radical opinions happen at the same time. It's the cake or eat it situation. So while people who have radical taste found a sense of belonging so they can coexist, when a conflict occurs, then it's explosive. So the question is, would you want like noisy conflicts of interest everywhere with tolerance and discussion? That's my personal bias. So if you're asking me what my personal bias is, diffusion, accountability, all around. People are balanced people. They have to be aware of their radical opinions and as well as their balancing points. So balance and checks and balances. However, on the internet, that is not the case. It's radicalization and exclusive gatekeeping. So you find a village, you belong to that village, you radicalize in that village. You are peaceful, tolerant, coexisting until someone picks and knocks at the gates. And in this case, one of the lines were drawn, and that is the association with domestic violence, and especially associated with a particular country's image. So that's when you kick through the door, and now vigorous rebuttals and whatnot. And the thing about this drama, that drama brought up is that the radicalization has a counter radicalization. So now you have two radical groups, right? Two particular groups at odds with each other. And that is kind of like the social environment of the internet. Meanwhile, you and I, and right, drama, Procon, you guys and me, we might be able to constantly talk back and forth about things, exchange ideas. I don't think, in my opinion, this is what catches the internet's news. Like, it does the way we go about talking about these things are fairly mild and agreeable. So that doesn't create waves. It doesn't create significant waves that fit the algorithm. So there is a chance that this might not be as crazy as it sounds. I don't know. Usually I take these things with a grain of salt while trying to intellectually explain it. It is pretty wild to think if someone's life is like that, where any tenuous point about something you identify as can cause you to radicalize immediately. Would you agree that 100 years ago, the average parent used more violence to discipline their children? Yes, I would. 100 years ago. I'm going to balance that question with, do I also agree that 100 years ago, the average child was more tolerant and normalized to the extent of parents' discipline? I would also say yes to that. So like different time period means that the different time periods also normalizes everything else too. So while your question focuses on the lens on the average parent, we also have to take into account that the average child is not the same either. Like the environment that you're talking about has changed for both the parent and the child. While your question focuses on the actions of the parents, we must also take into consideration how the actions of the child has changed as well. And then like the environmental change. Because the agreement is that the cultural environment changed. That also helped shape, vice versa, parents' actions and children's actions. And in this case, our environment that we're talking about is the place in which video games take place in people's lives. If I were to say 100 years ago, you could argue children still played games, for example, right? Like to contextualize it into what drama brought up. Children still played games. They might not be video games, but they still play games. To what extent did the games affect the children? I would also agree that 100 years ago, that still had a semblance of impact. That the potential impact that it had before is equivalent to the potential that it has now. So, like, what did 100 years ago parents do for children? Go play a team sport. What do the children learn, or presumably what does the child supposedly learn from the parent's perspective? Teamwork, right? The follow-up is, you imagine some of the levels of violence parents use would nowadays be considered sociopathic? Yeah, but that's I would agree, but that's again anticipating that you are going to make a anachronism. You're cross-sectionally evaluating things. Do you think that there will be far more sociopaths 100 years ago? You're evaluating cross-sectionally. I would say there's no more or less sociopathy, because you're taking something from 100 years ago, you're lifting a characteristic from 100 years ago to compare it, to the existing one. That is inappropriate comparison. Or do you think that and then you ask, do you think that social norms would mean it isn't considered sociopathic tendencies? Neither. You can't make that comparison. Like the way the follow-up is that without contextual normalization, you can't tell. You can choose to evaluate everything 100 years ago based on your your social norms now. With that means that you're comparing something with absolutely no social comprehension, like the comprehension of the social norms of 100 years ago. That is inappropriate contextualization, right? That's like doing a science experiment, say, well, people are really tall now because 100 years ago, people are very short. And I'm like, well, they're very tall. Are you talking about the tall people amongst the statistical average of your current time? And then you're measuring it against their tall people and the rest of the population of their statistical norm. That's the comparison that we're trying to make here. So would you say that, do you think the social norms would mean it isn't considered sociopathic tendencies then? The answer is probably anything you can imagine. Like, if your criteria is to use the criteria that we have today to evaluate the criteria before without taking in its contextual norms, then anything can be different. Doesn't the end of your comment cover that? No. Well, it doesn't cover the idea that I'm agreeing with you only because it's contextless. And then your follow-up is that you say, do you think that there will be far more sociopathic 100 years ago? You can't know that. And then you ask, do you think that social norms would mean it isn't considered sociopathic? No, yes and no. It doesn't cover that because I don't know what the norms are back then. It's not having a consideration for the norms. It's neither yes or no. The importance is that you have to compare the social norms between then and now in order to consider what to say. You could argue, well, you don't need to argue. You can argue anything to be different as long as you pick something that's different now than then, because you're not comparing the same thing. You're comparing A to B, not A to A. So that's a double standard. A norm was a higher level of violence back then. Was a higher level of violence back then? I agree with you. You could say, so I agree with the first one. Violent norms is higher before. What you asked was the societal norms and violence tendency was sociopathy. That is not the same as higher level of violence. That you're making a causal link by inferring that higher level of violence means there is a higher tolerance in sociopathic tendencies. Like, you don't know that. How we identify sociopathic tendencies now is not correlated with the higher level of violence back then. It's correlated with the violence we have now. Like, that's your argument right now. You're trying to think about what our social norm is now compared to social norms back then, not our level of violence to previous level of violence. That I agreed with, right? I would likely agree with you that there was use of more violence for discipline, possibly. Violence is not quite the word, more like physical discipline. There is a use of more physical discipline back then than now. That's the only comparison we're making. Your follow-up question was whether it is interpreted as sociopathic. Well, then we need to identify what is the sociopathic norm now and what it was then. Violent, if you're suggesting that we know the norm as higher violence, you're inferring that the higher physical discipline is causal to sociopathic tendencies. Those are two different things. You're creating a causal link. You're inferring that higher physical discipline, it also means it varies higher sociopathic like diagnoses or tendency. I don't know that. I would actually argue might not be a statistical difference between them. So there is some level of sociopathic tendency with regards to its correlation with its violence or physical discipline. If we look now, there's a certain propensity of sociopathic tendency associated with our level of violence. Their relationship with each other, you could try to compare those. Of course, I don't know what that is. So, to clarify, right? To make sure, clarify. A is physical discipline. Right? A is physical discipline between the two. So now and before. And then what you were asking is B. The question you were trying to cover is you took A, right, before, which was higher, and you inferred that there's a relationship between A and B of now. So B of now, A of before. The inference is that this is true because you asked, well, you're talking about this. And I'm like, well, it requires that you know this. Do you think the normality of violence against children 100 years ago mean that today's standard of sociopathy would be inapplicable due to sociopathy today being defined with an aspect of being outside of current societal norms? I don't know the other thing. Like, I don't know this relationship either. So if we were presuming that these two are correlated, right? If these two are correlated, then you could try to compare these two. They might not be correlated anymore. You'll differ now? Oh, no worries, drama. Take care. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, so, if it is applicable now, it would suggest that it could have been applicable before. I have no idea, though. Right, me and drama, when we were talking about violence, right, the use of violence in video games, was that correlated with, like, the children's sociopathy, for example? Basically, like, their violent tendencies, or the other way around, even these children who eventually become adults. Not really. I'm not convinced. However, if this is true, like, so nowadays, it's hard to make this argument that the exposure to violence has a very definitive causal link to sociopathy in social norms. So this link has weakened, actually. It's become harder because there's more information nowadays. It's become harder. So the likelihood is this might actually seem reasonable back then, which is what happened. I don't have the relationship, so I'm changing up the relationship a bit. This is more like violence in video games, like depiction of violence, and then sociopathy in children, or exposure in children. So this link might have seemed more reasonable back then when there was less information, like lots of anecdotal depictions and cherry picking. Now it's even less, it's a lot more spurious and hard to establish. So if I were to say, if this relationship broke down, then when we look back on before, it would be even more confusing. Whether it's inapplicable, I think it's due to the idea that there's not a strong relationship between the two yet. So, like, if it's not strong now, and we look back on their relationship previously, it would still not look very strong. Like, from now perspective, if we were to put our minds back in the old days, it might actually seem stronger, like the relationship between these. Do you remember that lawyer who became infamous? Yes, I did. That is exactly the thing I'm referring to. And then that's what drama brought up too. The lawyer who became infamous for trying to ban GTA 5 because of the supposed link between. In fact, one of the biggest platforms that occur was where drama lives, in Germany. In Germany, that was explosive. Like, that was one of the top concerns, actually. So drama actually has probably. I asked drama how old he was. He old enough for that stuff? Yeah, GTA 5 was the big one in Germany. Among others, obviously. Like Wolfenstein related things and whatnot, the depiction of German related themes, and that would be related to the Chinese drama that's currently happening. Yeah. Yeah, this is hard. Like, this stuff, it's hard now. So if we use everything that we know now to compare something in a simpler, you could call it a simpler time, or like a less nebulous time, you can make the argument that data collection and stuff was he old enough, or did he not say? I think he was old enough. It was inferred that he said yes, like he still remembers like the thing about GTA 5. And I grew up, I was already like I was high school bound, like college bound, even in the earlier days of violence. I remember I was playing the series. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the series, but there's a developer called Criterion Games. They now work for EA, and they used to make a game series called Burnout. And this is a racing game, so that Burnout, not the like mental burnout, but Burnout. And it was about causing car crashes. Like the game was deliberately about car crashes, and this is when GTA was rolling around. Not GTA 5 specifically. There was still talk about like, because GTA 3 and then GTA 4 was huge, like San Andreas and all of the other stuff, right? And or not San Andreas, like at the Liberties. I forgot their names, but the GTA 3 was the breakout hit, and then GTA 4 capitalized on it, and that was the time. And there was a lot of like local newspapers about like car chases. Liberty City, there it is. Yeah, like car chases, right? Car chases, there was a few ones that made international news where they said that, oh, it was a kid that thought about GTA and Grand Theft Auto, right? Like, I'm talking about the crime of Grand Theft Auto, not the Grand Theft Auto, the video game, but things that led to a car chase. And then in Criterion game situation, I remember reading a story where there was a fast thinking kid, because they equated their video game experience to saving the life from a crash. So like they made a reference to a video game about how they escaped an accident in a car. So the reverse was also true, where there were instances where video games normalized something and allowed a youngster to behave calmly. But these are cherry picking, right? These headlines and news, much like now the internet, most of them are filtered. They're filtered by sensationalism. And that's where I have a problem, because I don't know the relationship between sociopathy. Well, I mean, obviously I don't, since I'm not a psychiatrist or any form of expert that's privy to such data. The idea is the relationship between categorizing sociopathy, which, by the way, the closest sociopathy that I would consider would be how violently people react to video game criticism in general. I think that could be an area with consistent, not necessarily sociopathy, but radical behavior in a way. So when like someone identifies as a video game and you say something questionable about that video game, you're like, I don't really like this character, and the person just explodes on you to the point where they would witch hunt you down or cyberbully you. That is technically what Drama and I are trying, in my opinion, not to socially normalize, to some speaking. And I'm somewhat socially normalizing it by explaining potential ways it can be explained. And then Drama was actually on the other side. Drama was trivializing it to some extent because he doesn't empathize with it. Like, well, that's a little bit extreme, right? It's not like when you see a slogan that could potentially infer home invasions, right? The act of crime and violence, that you lose perception that the video game is a video game and not a pertinent decision maker or of your behavior. And yet we spent a lot of times talking about how, it's normal for people to send death threats when their favorite video game got a bad patch. You see what I mean? Like, and then hear me out. I will use a personal anecdote. I have a friend or like an acquaintance that they get so angry when they play something, or to me, it feels like they got really angry. To them, they didn't really get all that angry. They would go online, write a review that had 6 or 7 trigger phrases, and then they get banned for it. And then they get moderated for it. And what happens is it makes that person, that acquaintance, even angrier. Right? Is that sociopathy or is that social normative? To me, for myself, I was trying to be a little cognizant of Drama. That might be sociopathy, right? Like, that's ridiculous. It's insane that could happen. And then I was trying to explain my observations that I've had, that these are social, like they're occurring with enough frequency that you can explain some of it, or my attempts to explain it. And then I wanted to make the concession that I'm not saying this is not important. All of this is important. We have to keep in mind that to me, hate still spawns hate. Without awareness, hate consistently festers, and it is a one-sided, is an imbalance, right? Hate can spawn love, right? So being aware of hate, understanding hate, is a catalyst for love as well. So if hate was selectively concentrated, there may not be a counter example. There might not be a normalization or balance to the hate. So then hate can fester completely. So you can get to a point where you can convince that there are no instances of a counterbalance. Like everyone hates everyone. Hate is the only thing that exists in this world. Nihilism. Nihilism was my major core argument. There is no point in trying to do anything about anything because it always exists. It never, never always, it's always one thing. It's always hate. It's always lying. It's always violence. That's kind of the thing that I was trying to raise as a counterbalance. It does make it like feel like it's normal, and I'm not trying to say the lack of hateful feelings should be a normal thing or isn't, or the lots of violence isn't a normal thing. I think at the moment radicalization is very appreciable at the moment. That's a bit like the theistic argument. If religion is responsible for theists doing good in the name of God, then it also responsible for theists doing bad in the name of God. Exactly. I'm not sure I'm not sure if that's something that you're the scorpion and the frog. Yeah. For myself, or the hare and the turtle, right? Plenty of those things. And for myself, I really hope we're not looking at a pure radicalization of something, because I think if I had to end this digression in a very positive way, life has more to offer than exclusively one thing. So I would infer from drama, life has more to offer than a singular game. And oftentimes that type of awareness and perspective creates tolerance and normal, like a balance. It's a shame that, in my opinion, it's sobering that that's not how people live. How is the hare and the tortoise applicable? The hare and the tortoise have different aspects on life, but they're both animals that are compared to each other all the time. Without the turtle, the hare can't be moving fast. Without the hare, the turtle can't be moving slow. Like, the idea of making an argument or responding to each other, it is that two things exist to contrast and be relative to each other. So you can argue that with two different things. The whole idea of the core of the argument is that somehow something is exclusive to something, right? Like, there can only be good or there can only be bad. Well, it's the existence of both of them that makes the... And one's not... At least I'm not inferring that a person is a hare and a person is a turtle. Both. It's both. You move fast at some points, you move slow at some point. Without the turtle, the hare can't be moving fast, as otherwise there's no comparison to decide which is fast or slow. Exactly. Now, you could make an argument, well, you could have a fast hare and a slow hare, right? Hear me out. You can have... The counter argument to what I just said is, oh, you could argue, well, there are fast hares and slow hares. I'm like, yep, I would also agree with that, and that would be a great counterexample to a turtle and hare situation. The reason why I mentioned my last statement as I'm not saying the turtle and hare are two different people. I'm talking about the turtle and hare as a consequence of one's life. So you can be fast one day like a turtle or like a hare, and you can be slow one day like a turtle. So when you're talking about, all right, well, let's compare two hares, one that is fast and one is that slow, it's like, well, I still imagine them as one person. Sometimes they go fast one day, sometimes they go slow one day. So if we're talking about two different people or a singular person, that does create a wrench in whether a theist do good in the name of God versus a theist that do bad in the name of God. Are they the same person or are they two separate entities? So all of those like two things tend to be radicalized. It can be radicalized when you imagine you're one thing and someone else is another thing. You are a good guy, they're a bad guy. So that creates clarity. You are not looking at the perception or the argument that you are both bad and good. And therefore, you can appreciate what bad and good is. If you're always good, you have no appreciation for what is bad. Like, if that's the claim, like, if that's the argument. And for myself, it's very hard to know because I'm neither God. I'm neither God nor, like, dear me, I hope no one thinks that I'm exclusively a good person or exclusively a bad person. I think sometimes when someone tells me I'm a good person, they might have only seen the good side of me because I've seen bad sides of me too, like sides that people don't find desirable, right? I get angry with myself sometimes. I hate myself for certain reasons. Those things, you may not see it, but it helps appreciate when we're happy, right? I'm sad. It's inevitable that I will feel sad at some point in my life. And that's what makes the happiness happen. Where there is death, there is life, right? And yin and yang, right? Yeah, yin yang, right? Yin yang. It's a great one. And I mean, it might be a sheer coincidence that I'm also Chinese background, but typically balance is the key. So yeah, I totally agree with you in your funny argument about your funny example with theists. I think it would be interesting. I don't know what to think about someone who can only truly appreciate one thing. Do they feel anything? You say yang and I say yang. Yeah, because yin yang is there's no eh yang, like there's no an yang, like it's just to reference a previous one, you say yang and yeah, you say yang and I say yang. Yeah, it's funny because there's no there's no that sound in it. And despite that, British English actually would more likely say, like, if you're using like the British A as opposed to the American A. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. When you say this, like when you're typing this, are you saying yang? Is that what you mean? As in like the American A, yang. Like, that's kind of funny because if you were to embrace your like hang, yeah. So if you were to say it like ah, right? Because in Japanese, in Chinese, there's no a, there's ah. So like in ka, right? If you decide to say it in ka, like the differentiation between British and American, you would get yang. um, yeah, there's no a in Chinese, so like I tend to say yin yang, as opposed to yin yang. Actually, I don't say ang that much either. Like a, like for example, Bang would be a good example that I could say that's like ang. But sometimes I say most of the time instead of a. So like so yang. It's closer to than it is to a. So that's it goes back and forth really. Since I have no preference for it, my default would be, I would say, young. If they don't have A, how can they start the alphabet? Well, they say they say instead of or like for this, right? This would be um yeah, like for right, like yeah, yeah, instead of so it's not well, I still works. It's not yeah, it's yeah. It's funny. A good one. I like it. I like it. Yeah, so if you get like hung, right? This is hung. So hung as opposed to hang. Oh, do you say hang? That means that you say hang, right? And then this is still bang. I say bang here. I don't think I've ever said bang, but I would say bang if I'm speaking Chinese. How many characters does a Chinese alphabet have? Alphabet. That's a really good question that I can sort of answer in a different way now. So, I'll give you multiple answers. The first answer, like, let me assume. Wait. I'm gonna do this in a funny way. Sorry, Procol. This is an opportunity. You're gonna have to humor me. Okay, if I was a snobby internet expert, I would tell you, Chinese doesn't have an alphabet. Okay. Now, if I was a overly considerate internet expert, which I'm neither of these things. I'm like saving my own for last. If I was overly considerate internet expert, I would say infinite. Or more like undefined. Because every single character represents a sound. Right? Because they're saying the same thing. A snobby internet expert would say Chinese doesn't have an alphabet. So the answer would be undefined. Now, an overly considerate person would say, well, the alphabet you're considering would be like saying a character has a sound. So that would be indefinite. There would be so many. It's over like 20,000 plus. Now here's the thing. What I think I'll just jump to my current state. The most reasonable answer I would think is, since we understand the concept of the alphabet, and the alphabet is talking about sound, we're really specifically referring to sound, we talk about how many sound combinations there are. So, and in order for us to normalize sound combinations, we can use pinyin. And pinyin is the thing that you're focusing on, probably. Yeah, like hung, for example, is a pinyin, right? or hung, like that type of sound combination. And the sound combination is actually, now I don't know the exact number, but I'm going to tell you it's fewer than English. Now, if you splash in the tones, I think it's still fewer than English in terms of its combination. So you have fewer alphabet, as in fewer sounds, than English. Now, I don't know the exact number. So in order to account for this, we're talking about 4 tones times like we're gonna use placeholders, like a number of initials and b quantity of finals. Fines. So for example, like hung, right? Hung is ha, right? The h, and the ending is ang. So there's only one hung, right? Like h beginning, h a-n-g-n. Now a-n-g can be linked with like ch, right? T, right? All of these, when you add them all together, when you do like the table and combine all the sounds together, all of these are end up being like, when you group them, so combine A with a bunch of B, so it's A, you know, the combination of A and B, and then to the 4th power, right? To the 4th power, so to speak, because any of them could have, and a neutral, somewhat a smaller note, like 5 technically, with a neutral tone. Despite all of those things, I think, now I'm not an internet expert, so I can't actually attest to this. I think it's still fewer than English combinations. Now, here's where I'm going to tell you why do I think this. Largely because one of the consequences of having fewer sound combinations, is because Chinese has a high rate of homonyms. So it might not be true. It might be close by. My impressions are that Chinese have a high rate of homonyms because the flexibility of their sound system is, there are more overlaps. Like they're less diverse. So in English, it feels like you have a word for everything, and the basic principle of English is just make a new word for it. Just make a new word for it. Just like throw in some more characters from the alphabet and make a new sound combination, right? Meanwhile, in Chinese, it's like, how do we use the same alphabet over and over again? So nearly, that's where the tones come in. It feels like, well, it's not ma'an is ma'an, or ma'an. Are all of them the same thing? Well, yes and no. Some of them are actually the same thing, some of them are not the same thing, and there are multiple versions of every single one of them that sounds exactly the same. So that is why I have a suspicion. You're gonna have to ask, an actual expert, a linguistic expert. Are there more or not in the end? In practice, Chinese have less sounds than English. So like, if you're gonna talk about the alphabet in a sense, like, is it quicker to remember how to read English in terms of its sound? Like, if you're literally focused on like the alphabet containing these sounds, it's faster for Chinese. In my opinion, personally. Once you learn the sounds that you can make, it's very quick. As in, you don't stare at something and say, I think it's this sound, I think. No. Less distinct sounds or just less sound? Less combination of sounds. So less combinations. So you can argue. Now I'm also normalizing English. So I'm not talking about the alphabet, like 25 letters, right? We're talking about the alphabet in terms of the amount of sounds they make. I think English has more sounds. And that's inferring from the idea that, why do you have that on my right? Oh, it's because, when you're writing on something, this surface is not the same as paper, so it can get sticky. So I wear it so that it doesn't stick on the surface. This is how I draw, like go from here to here, without sticking. If my hand was in it, there would be some like resistance, so it could end up looking like this, right? The reason why I wear things is because if you're trying to do like small details and whatnot, you might not be able to tell the difference. You can't tell if you're too shaky. So that's the only reason. It's a drawing glove. So I've been, whenever I'm writing, that's why I'm wearing this. It's not a sprain or anything. So it's both less distinctive or less sounds. Both. In Chinese, in my opinion, when you learn, if you invest, right? This is what the chart looks like. Let me give you a chart thing. Oh, no, that's not the chart thing. This one. So here's the table, right? Here's the table. Across the top are all the endings that a sound could have. Across the left, going down the column, right, is all the sounds that it can start with. So like, it has no beginning, b, 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 t, right, ch, chu, right, chi, right, and then it can end with like I, an, ao, e, right, e or e, all of these. Just imagine all the combinations, but you can even see that there aren't even complete combinations. So certain ones don't even have combinations. If you took all the initials and all the finals, it's not even all of the ones. Like there's only a boo. Like boo, boo doesn't mix with anything else. So these are every single sound, and you take the number of sounds, like, so all of these cells right here, if you count up all these cells outside of the initial row and the column, because these are the title ones, if you count all the cells here and put it to the 4th power, because all of them can have 4 tones, or 5 sometimes, but it's largely 4. That's every single sound combination in the, hypothetically, in like formally in the Mandarin language. Now the question is, what does the English chart look like? Is there even an English chart? Like, I don't even know what that chart looks like. And what I mean by this is, we have to keep in mind, we have to equivocate each one. So the English has to be treated closer to Chinese, and Chinese have to be treated closer to English in order to make this comparison of alphabet, right? Because again, the snobby internet expert would tell you there's no such thing as an alphabet. Like, that's not how the Chinese language works. And then a considerate internet expert would say, well, we would have to normalize the combination of executing a word, the sound of a word, to the execution of a sound of a word in Chinese. So if we do that, what are the chances that one language will have more sounds than the other language? And that's where I came to that conclusion, where I'm inferring because Chinese have a high rate of homonyms, way higher, like noticeably and significantly higher than English. It is a suggestion that the combination of sounds in order to evoke a meaning of some sort, there are less distinct sounds in Chinese because of the high rate of homonyms. That's my argument. Whether it's true or not, you would have to consult an expert. For myself, when this chart seems daunting, right? You look at this chart, it's like, how are you going to ever remember all these sounds? They are used so repetitiously that when you could even go through your mind and go through this chart over and over again, and you can read anything in Chinese. You wish England had more homonyms. They're fun. They are. So I think right now, English is going through a period where homonyms are like, or like in our lifetime, I think the whole idea of English is to avoid homonyms. In Chinese, if I were to like try to project Chinese, it's about its characters that and its context. So the language, the philosophy of Chinese is that it's going to be homonym anyways. Like the odds of like that's the crazy part about how Chinese is. When you're going to create a word, right? When you're thinking about, oh, we need a new term for that, the odds of it being a homonym is almost always. Like that's what I mean by the contrast between English and Chinese. When you think of an English word, right? It's like, oh yeah, we need to come up with a new English word for that. The odds are they're going to try to come up with a word that's not a homonym. Like, for example, we have no idea what this star is, like this, this thing is called. Let's just call it, and it's going to be identifiable by its sound most of the time. Like, the odds are not going to be a homonym, right? In Chinese, they're like, oh, we can just combine these two characters and it's going to be a homonym. It's likely going to be a homonym. That's what happens. So that's what I mean by, well, it's very likely going to be a homonym. Like, we're going to call this 下雪. Like, all right, there's got to be another 下雪, falling snow. 下雪. Just down snow. Like that could be an expression for falling snow. You just don't know. Like when you say any word, like when you pronounce any sound without context, you'll never, it will be very hard to know what word you used. That the way homonyms work, because it's a high rate of homonym. Also, or like chicken or the egg situation. Chinese is a contextual language, so it has no conjugations. It has it has no conjugations first of all, and it does not use helping verbs and like active like intransitive and transitive stuff to distinguish things and then try to assign new sounds to them so that it can be different. The idea is it's entirely contextual. So the one of the difficult understandings, it's also one of the things that make it difficult for English speakers is also the things that make it convenient as well. Like, how do you run? It's always going to be run. Like, pao, probably pao something. So in Chinese, it's understanding the context of the sound. It's not understanding whether the sound represents a word, a specific word. So like in English, fun is fun. How many funs do you have? Like, how often are you going to confuse fun or anything? Fun, right? Fun, fun, right? Right here. Fun, fun, and fun. Those are it. And do you know how many? So we're gonna enter fun, right? So this is fun. So the idea of fun, right? Just this thing can be any word that consists of the meaning of fun, and fun. Like these four. And in English, it would be part, disorderly, fragrance, to instruct. So that's how I would illustrate that the concept of an alphabet, right? If we were taking English and moving it closer to to Chinese, and taking the concept of Chinese to English, we would converge at the idea of using sound to represent meanings. And this is where it gets really fun. Like, for lack of a better word, this is where it creates the bizarre feeling. So it requires your brain to exercise it in a different way. You're looking for the significance of the sound in the context of all the sounds. So when you hear someone speak, right? When you hear someone speak Chinese, the focus is to understand the relative sound within each other and the context in which the sound is happening. You're not focused on whether it sounds like a word per se. The context is providing what the word is. So it's the amalgamation of the entire context. If you're listening for a word, typically that's what happens in English. You're listening for a word. So you'll get lost because it's going to sound like so many other things. The combination of sounds are so limiting in the sense that if you're thinking about it as a unit of the alphabet. So like if you're thinking about it from a phonetical standpoint, it will be very difficult to appreciate or be able to understand what they're saying. It relies on the context. So despite me spending a lot of time learning like vocabulary and whatnot, right? We would converge at the idea of using sounds to represent meanings. That's what language is. No, it's not. What about sign language? Emoji, nonverbal communication. Sound is not the only aspect. It's probably why I'm telling you that the alphabet doesn't exist. So the snobby internet expert would tell you the alphabet doesn't exist because of that concept, where like sound is exclusively to represent meaning. Language is more than sound representing meaning. Context is part of language too. Sound could be completely void of meaning without context. So one of the aspects of language is that it's a bigger picture. If one focuses solely on sound, it no longer has a meaning, or it would create a complex confusion of meanings. So the concept here is using sound to represent meaning. That's a more so an English adaptation, because in Chinese, if you're looking for sound to represent a meaning, right? Like specifically, they're going to represent meanings. It would be to represent lots of confusing meanings in which you can't gather the meaning because it requires context. So Chinese is sound with context in order to provide a meaning for it. When you're in English, you can say language and it will continue to be language. If I say yeah, see, I can't even, it's so difficult to create an example. Language, I don't know. Guo, use like guo. There's no what? Like which one is it? Oh, wait. That two. Wait. Did I not type two? Uh-oh. Oh, it's yi. Sorry, I'm thinking of go. Yi. So, if yi represented the meaning, right? Which one is it? Right, like which one of these is it? It is trying to, trying to converge at the idea of using sound to represent meaning with the differences. So like it converges on I'm trying to converge it on sound. So like taking English, the idea of the alphabet, converging it to using Chinese and converging it. The things that are missing are what we're ignoring at the moment. So we're ignoring the idea that when I was looking for yi, I was looking for this. Oops. No other one. Now, if I said yi, the context would be that this is very common. And then the context is I use the word English or language in English. So like, because I said language in English, and if I say yi after, someone who knows English and Chinese would think of this character, not just from the sound alone. There would be no way to know what you're referring to. You don't understand how it's a convergence as both English and Chinese use sound to represent meaning. You don't understand how it's a convergence as both. It is a convergence. I don't understand. What do you think convergence means? Am I misusing the English word, or you and I have a different definition of convergence? You just described convergence twice. To me, what you just said is I don't understand how it's convergence as both are convergent on sound, representing meaning. Like I don't understand why it's not convergent, like why it's not obvious. So both English and Chinese, I'm converging on it because they both, I'm giving the idea that sound is related to meaning. That is the point of convergence that I'm trying to share with you, because you are asking about an alphabet. The point of convergence is this part. So I'm using this part as the point. Are you saying that it's converging the specific sound to represent their meaning to a point of common understanding? No, I am not. I am answering your alphabet question. You asked if there was an alphabet, like the Chinese alphabet, how many sounds there are. There is no alphabet for Chinese for the snobby internet goer, right? If you want to consider it internet goer, there's indefinite amount of alphabets. Now, to converge on the idea of an alphabet, which I'm insisting that you're saying, what you're saying, sounds is being used to represent meaning, because you decided to use things like hong or hung or yang. That is what I'm inferring from your asking. Your question is asking how many sounds are there in Chinese, where sounds may be convergent on the idea of conveying meaning. So the point of convergence is using sound. And by meaning is I'm trying to use the convergence of sound to express meaning, to bring English closer to Chinese and the other way around. So they're both converging on the idea that sound, and that statement that you thought was pretty funny, we would converge at the idea of using sound to represent meaning, is because I'm taking Chinese principles and English principles, and I'm deliberately converging on the idea of sound to represent meaning. Now, the thing is, I'm ignoring a bunch of things in order to illustrate that convergence. They can converge on this, which is the idea of explaining if there's an alphabet. The more appropriate response from a snobbery sense is that sound isn't the only thing that you need. It is not sufficient to know what it means in Chinese. In English is often sufficient. So it is not normally a point of convergence. Like, to ask if Chinese have an alphabet is something exclusive to English. Chinese does not operate on alphabets. So I'm offering a point of convergence to tether to your question. So the question is that, and I'm illustrating why it is that. Why is that the case? When you say you, for example, there are very few finite things you would know as the meaning. Specifically, even the word you, like point, for example. Point. There are very, very few points, as in the sound of points. You can argue there might be like one other point or one other, but if you say like hung, you don't know. You need context. You don't know what that is. You have no idea what that is. If you write ying, like just write this without any tones, that's even more contextually confusing to a Chinese person. The English yin yang is English. This is the English of this concept. So it is unique. It can't be mistaken. This can't be mistaken for anything else based on its sound. So you say yin yang in English. The odds of someone thinking it's something it's something they don't know, or the odds of they think They know the concept. It is that thing. Yin yang is always going to be that thing. Like generally, you either know it or you don't. That's what English is, right? English has that meme, memorization. Memorization, not comprehension. Here's a deep cut. The deep cut is a lot of times when people learn Japanese and Chinese, they're English speakers, and their concept that they rely on is memorization, not comprehension, because by default, a lot of the foundations of English is non-contextual. Like, it doesn't require you to contextually understand it. If you learn the word represent, it continues to be represent. Now, you can decide to learn different ways of using the word represent, or you can decide to learn more adequate ways or sophisticated ways, like through homonyms, puns, truncation, prosodic stress. Like, for example, if I read your question, are you saying that it's converging the specific sounds to represent their meaning to a point of common understanding? Now, I could have read it, are you saying that converging the specific sounds to represent their meaning to a point of common understanding? Every one of those sounds will still sound so distinct in itself that despite the prosodic stress changing, so now it no longer sounds like a question the second time I said it, those are the nuances of English. The English does not necessarily depend on those like aspects that Chinese do. So here, when you type this in English and you ask a Chinese person, what is this? They're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Is it yin yang? Are you saying yin yang? Or are you saying yang, yin yang? And then what's worse, what can be a problem is this still doesn't tell you what the meaning is. There's more than one meaning, right? So whenever like you come to me, it's like, hey, what does this mean? And then you'll try to pronounce it. You'll tell me, yin yang. Like, what does yin yang mean? And I'm like, can you be more specific? Like, can you use it in a sentence or something? Because I still would not be sure what it is. I can't be sure because all the sounds they need more context. It can be more than one thing. There's a high rate of homonyms in Chinese. They still still when you're taking into context and say, oh, maybe you're using common words. So then you can filter out for common words. Like for example, when someone types ni hao, right? It's actually ni hao, right? Ni hao. Now, how many combinations of ni hao are there? There are probably going to be multiple ones. Now, for the nice thing about ni hao is you're going to provide context. Oh, it's someone asking you about, it's an English speaker asking you about what ni hao means. They must mean hello. So it's only through the context of frequency and of use that you can understand that is ni hao. Not that this sound is the word hello. It might not be. Like it might not be hello. It could mean something else. You don't know yet. The idea is the context is what provides the sound's meaning, like together with the sound. Okay, it's all just clicking here. For some reason, you were separating that convergence statement from the conversation about how the Chinese language works, specifically the fact of far more homonyms. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, they're not convergent in that. They're divergent. So The thing that I wanted to compensate for, like to explain why it's hard to appreciate alphabet, like no alphabet. Chinese, the concept of alphabet requires that it's not necessarily required, but it creates a behavior. Alphabet insists that there's sounds, and that sound carries meaning, like sufficient meaning, right? So, like when I say ball, it's got to be a round thing, or you're having a dance, right? That's a homonym. Ball is a homonym, like in English. So to illustrate the Chinese problem that happens more often in Chinese, to relate the homonym thing, I'm trying to make it convergent on sound. So ball is a good example to get it closer to Chinese. If it's a homonym, then we're talking more like the feeling that Chinese have. When you go up to, like if I went up to you and say, what does ball mean in English? And then your first thought is like, well, it could mean a round object that you play with sports, in many sports, or you could be going to a ball, like to dance, right? A dance ball, like a formal ball, like a gala, right? So then that's closer to Chinese. The sound ball is not quite sufficient most of the time to know what the meaning of the word is. They are convergent on it because they still use sound, aka the alphabet to convey meaning. It's often less sufficient in Chinese than it is in English. And that is where the contrast between speaking Chinese versus speaking English. English, in my opinion, when I grew up with English, I learned English through the understanding of vocabulary and grammar, right? And then through that, reading of it often leads to the output of speaking. And it's great. Like in English, you can sound out the word. And then when you sound out the word, you can attach a meaning to it because that sound of that word can reinforce the meaning of the word. In Chinese, when you start learning these things by their sound, it's going to create a difficulty in understanding which one it is. So oftentimes there's this like meme. I call it a meme now. It's a language learning meme where someone says, oh yeah, learning words in isolation doesn't help you with comprehension. Doesn't really help with comprehension. It's a meme because most people say it doesn't help you with comprehension. You learn words to learn characters. So words can help with characters. They do not help. They can present a significant obstacle to sentence comprehension and paragraphs and speaking to someone. If you're thinking of it that way, it's very hard to sieve through your brain of all the overlapping sounds that you're going to encounter without looking at it as a whole. Surely homonyms aren't the majority of all words, right? No. Because the words get bigger, right? So now we have characters. We were talking about characters. This is the alphabet argument. This is the convergence of alphabet. So the alphabet is convergent on a sound or a character. Now, when you get to words in Chinese, this is where the fun begins. This is where I am right now, and it's the fun part. You can take these characters and you can pair them up uniquely. there are still homonyms. Now the homonym rate goes down because now you have two characters, at least two characters associated with each other at all times, or even three or four for phrasal things. So now the odds of homonyms, not alphabet, so now we're not talking about not alphabet. So when you take two of these sounds, so you know the sounds that we had before where like it was like 4 tones times the number of initials and finals. Those are characters. Those are the closest thing convergent on alphabet. Now, if we converge on words now, not alphabet. Now, if we converge on words and we look at the combination of possible sounds, now we take all of this to the second power. Now every word in Chinese, nearly, like most of the like words in Chinese, the large majority of them come in pairs. So now, if you think about a singular sound, you're thinking about it as this. So, yi yan is one sound. Now you have possibly more sounds than English combinations. Or there's a likelihood it's simply about the same. About the same. Maybe. I don't know. It's even more uncertain here because I didn't calculate how many. So now we're talking about how many words. So you're basically just saying words plus words, right? Against each other. As far as I know, though, English has more words. So if we're converging on the number of words, right, like vocabulary words, as far as I know, it's either commonly used. We're talking about commonly used. There might be the same negligible commonly used words of sounds between English and Chinese because people use to identify similar things. I'm not sure. It might be negligible to each other. However, we're talking about the total number of words. Total number of words. And we're convergent on words now, not sound. So if we're convergent on words, and each word represents a sound combination, then English would be, well, way more. So that would still infer that Chinese may have a higher homonym rate argument. It would coincide with higher homonyms in Chinese. So there's a chance that when it comes to words, there's a much significant higher rate of homonyms. We're not talking about whether the majority of the words are homonyms. I'm comparing English with Chinese at the convergence of words now. So there are more homonyms in Chinese at the convergence of words as well, not at the convergence of alphabet. So we're not talking about alphabets anymore, like singular sounds. No longer singular sounds, like basic units of sounds. Now we're talking about the combination of two sounds. So like, for example, could is, you know, the C sound plus the OU sound plus the L next to the D, right? Or you could even view it as like this. So there are three, like, you could even argue each one of these is an individual alphabet sound, right? So alphabet, how alphabet works, like K, O, L, D, right? This is a 5 combo sound. This is what words are in Chinese. This is a combination of 2 sounds. So if you think about it, what is the average word in English? Let's just say 3 letters. 3 letters on principle would still be higher than 2. Now, if you're thinking about it through combination, you could argue that each one of these is a combination of an initial plus a final, initial plus a final, and a tone, right? And a tone and a tone. That's 3 different, if we break it down to the alphabet level, while normalizing. So we're converging on words, right? Words is the convergence. And then we're diverging from that. We have 6 components for a single word at its basic principle, right? So on average, right? So there are 6 things. So we could equate that to 6 letters then, if you want to think about it this way, because each letter carries an alphabet sound. So you could think of a word like loose. Now, if we normalize that and converge that, there are 5 letters of the alphabet. L, U, S, E, right? Loose. Together. But that's not how English is convergent on words. The sound is loose, right? It's loose like goose, not loose like lose. So now if we're converging on words, English is still ahead in terms of distinct combinations. Chinese still, I think, as far as I remember, still have a higher rate of homonyms. So even at the word level, when you say a word like ni hao, you'll still likely encounter a homonym. It's context of whatever the question is that gives you the idea, oh, they must mean hello, because ni hao is a common way to say hello. And if a foreigner asks you why they're asking you how to say hello, they're probably a foreigner who needs to know a common word, hello. It wouldn't be something obscure like some esoteric ni hao that is a combination of 2 letters that happens to be something else specific. So kind of like what we do in English, which is if I said, what is a ball? What is your first inclination? Your first inclination is a basketball? I'm just kidding. Like a round object, right? Your first inclination is a round object. That's how I would communicate to an English speaker who's interested in Chinese. What are you doing when you learn Chinese? You are learning this. You're trying to make this normal earlier on in Chinese. The quicker you can, in my opinion, the more you encourage yourself to learn words in the idea of keeping context in mind, facilitates that. Japanese to a lesser extent than Chinese, but definitely to a greater extent than English. So one of the things that people constantly say as a meme, basically, at this point, context matters. Right? The whole idea of like, you probably heard this before, oh, Japanese is a more contextual language than English, or Chinese is a more contextual language than English, and due to the yes and no of an alphabet. And if you're wondering, does Japanese have an alphabet? Well, Japanese has something more convergent onto an alphabet than Chinese, but it doesn't represent the vast majority of it, because in Japanese, there's kanji, and then there's the kana. And the kana is convergent on the alphabet, where the alphabet is a meaning, like the sound creating a meaning, only largely exclusion to the idea of mimetic words. Mimetic words being the way they sound, and that has a high rate of grammar usage. So the closest thing to quote unquote an alphabet, convergent on an alphabet, in which it deals with the divergence of sound being a meaning, is its mimetic use in grammar or in onomatopoeia or onomatopoeia stuff. So when someone says like supai, supai is going to be uniquely sounding to mean sour. And how it's written is using a kana. So despite the existence of kanji, supai can be represented as in quote unquote an alphabet ish. That represents the use case of an alphabet. Basically, it is the sound that represents its either its grammatical meaning or its meaning as a word. And that part is really, it clicks with a lot of people. Like they're very quick on clicking. Like anata, you, anata would be one that is generally you. Even oishi, kakkoi, when they're written as mimetic, as in they're written as the way it sounds. Now, of course, Japanese is a little weird. Japanese does this too. So half of it, or actually a large significant amount of Japanese, I would say 60 to 70% of it, maybe 60% of it is going to feel like this in Japanese. So you're going to see a character and you're like, I have no idea what that sounds like. And then when you know what a word sounds like, I have no idea what that looks like and what that means at the moment. Like for example, if you wrote in Japanese, kairu, kairu, or kairu, 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 you have no idea which one it is in context, like, or without context. Without context, it's all of them at the moment. So this is using alphabets, right? Romanization, right? The English alphabet. When you write this and you're just saying, what does this mean? No idea. Now, because you know English. Oh yeah, no worries. Just I love talking about this. Maybe one day I'll convince you to learn Chinese. No pressure though. I don't know if you're ever gonna, like, the curiousness is it really changes the way, like, here's my plug. I'll plug something. If you're ever wondering, like, is there any other way to speak and talk to someone, like change the way you naturally, like habitually talk to someone, right? Choosing a contextual language, or a language like Chinese, for example, and Japanese, can really change up the way you read English sentences. Like the way I read English sentences is not quite traditional. Like I don't read English like I do a native English speaker solely. Usually most of the time when I read your questions, it's contextualized. It's heavily contextualized. And despite English taking on a literary, like a more literal, explicit approach, so whenever you ask a question, I tend to infer context. So like convergence, the way I use convergence is heavily contextualized. So if you're focused on a specific use case of convergence, there's a chance it can be difficult to understand me or follow along, right? So I've been trying to be a little bit more explicit in English, despite most of my time, like a lot of my time, deals with a heavy contextual use of English. Um, who is the? Oh wait, you may have asked this, but who is the best UK politician? There's a right answer, by the way. Oh really? Like, are we talking about living? Like in general? There's a right answer, by the way. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, maybe for a British person of all time, maybe for a British person. That's like kind of asking who's the best president of the United States and saying there's a right answer. Tell me who. I don't know. My first thought is Winston Churchill. I'll explain my reasoning afterwards, but who's the best UK politician according to a resident British person? Yeah, I mean, it is the great Count Bin Face. Look him up if you haven't heard of him. Oh my goodness, what the heck am I looking at? What the heck am I looking at? Is this real? An hour ago. What what am I look What is this Count Bin face? It's literally a Bin face with like a Vader suit. Am I being uncultured? I don't know what this is. This a reference? I'm probably gonna push off P3P doing P3P streaming today. So I have to be away in an hour and a half. So we'll just do our HanziHero session and then we'll get to P3P tomorrow. But what is this bin face thing? On former Lifting the lid on former comedy writer playing politics for laughs? That's interesting. I'll have to look at it. I'm a little uncultured. What does MP stand for? Nigel Farage retired to trigger a by-election in Langton, and the only one to run against him is Count Binface, and he might actually get a good amount of votes. Member of Parliament. Oh, that's what MP. Okay. The British love joke things like that. Oh, I see. I was answering a actual. I was being serious. Do you know why I chose Winston Churchill? Since I don't live in the UK, I chose Winston Churchill. It's subtextual. You can probably imagine why. And obviously, it's gonna go very deep. I'm curious how deep you're gonna go on this. Because he spoke out against Hitler very early on. Yeah. Yeah, that can be one. That's definitely one. That's you hit the nail. You're in the dartboard. So you landed on the dartboard. For sure. So the big for Winston Churchill, right? The dartboard is World War II. So hit the dartboard. Definitely one of them is the Hitler thing. What would give you a 180? Um, he was the person who witnessed the U.S. consider the conflict with Japan and the Manhattan Project. And he was also there when the conflict was between China and the US. And US, China, and Japan is me. Oh, those are the things that interest me. And Manhattan Project is me too. Science. So the most interesting thing about Winston Churchill is the convergence of all of these things during World War II. And obviously, uh, the Hitler thing is more like you hit the 20. You probably hit the 20. You're unaware of the conflict between US and China during World War II? Oh, I see. Yeah. What what did you think what the World War II and the US was like? What do you think it was? We're not talking about like they were not on the same side. We're talking about the conflict of interest between the two. Like they were collaborating, but the there was a conflict of interest with how to handle Japan. It's like a really big point between US Japanese relationship and Chinese and Japanese relationship. Are you asking me what do you think the conflict of interest was between China and Japan? No, I'm just curious. You asked you're unaware of the conflict between them. So what do you think is what makes you think that there wasn't any conflict? I think the cooperation, this might be a little bit, we'll probably talk about this another time. The U.S. cooperation with China was sparked by U.S.'s, you don't assume conflict between nations to be, uh, TBH? Well, you're not assuming anything. It already happened. We're talking about history. So you're not making a prediction. You wrote the conflict, right? So why suggest there wasn't one? You said what made you assume there were no conflict? Yeah, you said the conflict. Which are you suggesting that you're just specifically asking? Is that why you wrote the conflict question mark? Or unaware of the conflict? Like what aspect? My thought is when you say you're unaware of a conflict, maybe like a fighting conflict or something, like where there was a war, like there was a battle between China or US. No, you said you were unaware. You didn't say that there wasn't a conflict. You had just never heard of it. Yeah, but what type of conflict are you assuming? Like, I don't. You at like you said the conflict, right? And I'm trying to describe what the conflict is. So what did you mean by what I think is a conflict? Like what is your definition of conflict? I have no idea. That is what I'm asking. Because you're making an assumption somewhere. Like, what type of what constitutes as a conflict to you? If you're not making an assumption, you're just saying conflict. I guess I'll tell you. Um, there's a conflict of interest with handling Japan because technically the United States entry into the Japanese confrontation was because of, like, one could argue it was Pearl Harbor, right? So that's the entry. So that's a common interest. That doesn't necessarily mean there was a formal agreement in from the start of the war. That an opposing viewpoint between two entities, that would be your guess of the definition. I see. So there was one, and that was dealing with how to handle Japan. Where are you seeing me making an assumption that conflict is negative? Like, it's your the reason why you brought up conflict is that there's an opposition. What you said, an opposing viewpoint between two entities. So I would say, yeah, I guess that still fits what I was referring to when I said conflict. If we have to be pedantic about it. But before you gave that definition, you had already said you were making an assumption. Yeah, based on the conflict. It was already negative. I don't understand. I'm making an assumption here. So then I'm answering the question. I took it back because I don't know if that's what you meant. So when I wrote this, right, Winston Churchill, and then, right, during the US conflict, right, about what they do with Japan, right, there are opposing views to this. And the opposing view dealt with the involvement of the Manhattan Project. And the Manhattan Project, as you probably remember, is the atomic bomb. That's why I talk about Winston Churchill's involvement. Like, the conflict is involved in this. So you're saying my assumption was that conflict is negative? If so, was that from your initial, I'm unaware of the conflict between US? Yeah. Yeah, like that was what you got from my this thing. Like, what you ended up asking me was you're unaware of the conflict. And my not necessarily, oh, what does Winston Churchill have to do with the US? Or what does the US have to do with Japan? Or what does the have to do with Manhattan? Or what is the relationship between China and US when in the framework of Japan and Manhattan Project? You asked me, I'm unaware of the conflict between USA and China during World War II. That stuck out to me because I presume you think that the US and China, like the things that you're exposed to, was probably in the context of Japan. At least I think. And usually, historically, they were on the same side. So that's what I was inferring. So that that might be way off base. I was just thinking too deep, right? Maybe so I apologize if you're simply asking what conflict, despite the thing that you highlighted was like being unaware of a conflict between USA and Japan, which I took it as the assumption of something negative, which or opposing view, opposing view, and upon asking that, my thought is, yeah, I guess they're opposing view because I was referring to the atomic bomb. I was referring to how the United States handled China's conflict with Japan, but then it became the United States conflict because of Pearl Harbor. And Winston Churchill at the top was the quote unquote the World War II person in UK who made the decisions during this period of time. And what Winston Churchill decided to do was interesting. Like in this dialogue between like the quote unquote conflict between the United States and China when it comes to the concept of Japan. Yeah, I think this has been overcomplicated. All there was to it from your point of view was you mentioned a conflict, and so you haven't heard of a conflict. I was curious as to what the conflict was. That's fair enough. This is the conflict. One of the biggest conflicts of interest that ties you at. Whoa, hang on. Well before this, you asked me what would constitute as 180 on the dartboard. This would constitute as 180 on the dartboard. So understanding this would get you 180. Now, you were just curious about the maximum. Any mention of China's relationship with the United States, which involved the aggression from Japan against both China and the United States during World War II, in which Winston Churchill had to weigh in on, would get you closer to a 180 on the dartboard. So when you're saying, yeah, I think this has been overcomplicated, 180 is overcomplicated. However, I'm going to step back a bit, and perhaps you are looking for a 20 point answer, like something in the neighborhood. Well, it has something to do with the United States, China, and Japan. That would be the answer. The reason why I chose Winston Churchill off the top of my head is because this was like a very important topic in my life. Like, not that I was a war veteran or I had family who is a war veteran. This stuff comes up a lot because I talk about Japanese culture and my family are Chinese immigrants and I grew up in the United States. And most of the time, since I'm American, it would be a British person doing a critique on Americans who I happen to be Chinese American that likes Japanese culture. So this would be the overcomplicated 180 point nail in the coffin, if you want to know a little bit about how deep it goes, I suppose. And then obviously the Manhattan Project was brought up because you like physics. But for myself personally, science. Dr. Robert Oppenheimer, right? And the atomic bomb. Right. It's not it's not Robert Oppenheimer and his atomic bomb. It's the conflict that was happening with the Manhattan Project and the use and development of the atomic bomb. And that is the point of conflict between these three when using the atomic bomb. You said something I didn't know of, so you wanted an explanation. That was what was. I wasn't saying anything about the complexity overall, just to clarify. And I was clarifying where the overcomplication came from. So, I'm not like, or if you want to be more pedantic, so to clarify, well, be even more to clarify, it's not really clarifying, it's overcomplicating more overcomplication. So, you asked me for a 180 thing. So I inferred that you're open to be overcomplicated. To clarify. So what you didn't imply is that the 180 point was going to be not complicated. You simply wanted it to be something unrelated. So it was me that made the inference that you're wanting a complicated. So to clarify, this was my clerical error. I made the error. However, it was still related to you saying 180 point. Just to clarify. It was still related to something you did. But it was something I did that was a clerical error that you are clarifying. So, well, just to clarify some more, right? Let's make it absolutely clear. I preface that, okay, to be 180, it's going to go pretty deep. So I started explaining it. And then you asked a question. Right? It is independent of... You wanted it to be independent, so I get that clarity. So you're clarifying that it was just a response. What I offered was an overcomplicated way of explaining the question you were asking, because it's very important. It's very important that you're either thinking about it or not. So perhaps, again, that was my clerical error. I made the inference that you were asking something deep, as in you were inferring a lot of things and going into it. So I was thinking more about what you're asking, the nature of your question. So it's both my responsibility for making that clerical error and overcomplicating it. Right. And that is not what is only overcomplicated. That's probably why I want to clarify that. So you said that's what was overcomplicated. That is not what was only overcomplicated. The whole task was meant to be that deep. To me, if I wanted to do a Gen Z like summary of this, you're saying it ain't that deep, and I'm saying it was that deep. To be clear, right? And I made the false assumption that it was that deep. You're clarifying that you didn't care if it was that deep, or something like that. If you really want to go out of your way to clarify, like, that's fine. So you didn't know what the conflict was. I would imagine. I was imagining you did understand what that conflict was, and you might have had a differing opinion about it. 다이저브다. Like, I don't, it's fine. You asking a political question in my opinion, opens up for this type of thing. Uh, However, I think it was funny that there's a candidate who is running as a big trash can face, count bin face. I don't. Let me know how that guy turned out, count bin face. Let me know. Yeah, I've. That's news to me. I don't know if there's anything more to say other than that. We can clarify more if you want.
乔起
We're gonna do our lessons and our words, and then I'll probably call it a day today because I have to be off in 1 hour. 1 hour. So we gotta nip this in the bud in 1 hour. All right. 乔起 tiptoe. This is the time that it uses tiptoe. So 乔. I screwed up on the tone. Oh no, wait. Oh no. This is a tone shift. You can appreciate and have gotten used to your approach to answering questions surrounding a topic, with you tending to take a holistic approach and wrapping any question into the overarching topic. I apologize for not making it clear that your question was solely in isolation, as that's obviously the opposite of how you conversate. I think for me, I mean, I appreciate you saying that. For myself, I'm more than happy to like admit my clerical errors most of the time. I think it's kind of ironic, or maybe not ironic, but I think it's not coincidence that this happens very often for myself. So I'm perfectly um reasonable in the sense that I don't I don't feel like I don't think you should be worried about creating animosity or badness or any type of sour feeling. It happens a lot for me. I tend to converse contextually. So this was not planned, by the way. It's not planned. The comments that I was making about like reading English, right? Reading English contextually is usually the reason that this happens. At least one of the contributing factors that this happened a lot, where I tend to keep track of things that are said, and sometimes it's a lot simpler to just assume that it's not serious. Like, for example, your question about who's the best UK politician, right? It started with who's the best UK politician, and I actually thought, like, my first thought, you could have called me out on it if you wanted. You could have called me out saying, "Oh, you thought I was being serious," and my first thought was, I wonder who the best politician is. This may be a kick in the nuts after all this, so I apologize. What was the view of China and what was the view of US concerning Japan, and how do they differ? Oh, goodness gracious. This is going to take... I think this one... Let me see what you get if you... I don't know what you would get from online. So they talk about the geopolitical burden that each one took, right? So like for example, the Chinese perspective would be that this deals with a slight thing about how. So let me explain a little bit about how this came about. My parents often talk about the relationship between China and Japan, like a historical relation. So there's often this animosity, like from their generation. So like I'm no longer part of that generation per se. I only vicariously understand it. So there's often this conflict of interest that occur about the aggression of the Japanese Empire at the time, right? And during the post-war, which deals with the ending of the war, the Manhattan Project in the atomic bomb, there was a conflict of interest in who has like the accounting, the burden of the war. It's usually like reparation related things. Winston Churchill was also involved in this with the Germany situation. So usually, like during wars, when people are on the same side, there's often a conflict of interest of who gets reparations and who was the one responsible for like ending the conflict or succeeding the conflict or was in the conflict at the time, because China and Japan were in conflict for the longest, like for the larger majority of the war effort until Pearl Harbor happened, right? So then there's a long, like residual kind of like animosity that happens between China and Japan when it comes to the territorial acquisitions. That is true, not even just for Japan going in. There's also the other islands, right? Like Southeast Asia and whatnot. So those things occurred. And let's not forget that the US's communication with Japan, right? Like related to the relationship, like opening Japanese borders and whatnot post World War II. So those are like to touch upon some of the view concerns in it. Now, you could argue, well, that has nothing to do with the war, right? Like the war it came before that, so it's not like they were fighting each other over the war effort. Well, it is the idea of the war effort. And also, when it comes to like the atomic bomb, it is the use of the atomic bomb that became um now still a topical conflict of interest between the major countries. It ushered in a whole diplomacy of nuclear deterrence, right? That's what my 180 mark thing is. The conflict of interest when it came to like how the war proceeded and had proceeded in retrospect. So, like China and the United States had lots of arguments and conflicts in the accounting of the war, like what happened during the war, like who is more responsible, who held most of the burden, who demands reparation, that type of thing. So, as the war was occurring, that would be one way to look at it, like what happened through war accounts versus what happens through the recounting of the war. So I was talking more about the relationship between Great Britain, right? Um, the UK, China, US, and Japan as a consequence of the war. Like it, they had conflicts that was involved in the war, whether it's looking back on the war or during the war. So when, again, this dealt with overcomplicating your question, are you talking about conflicts during the war or because of the war? Right? And technically the stuff happened during the war. A conflict may not necessarily have been a literal conflict between the United States and the US because the United States and China, because they were coordinating military offenses and defense against Japan. So that is a different type of conflict. And I'm trying not to overcomplicate it now, but that would be the overcomplicated explanation. The conflict I was referring to was the long-lasting conflicts of interest that lasted even to this day, regarding the right now, like the current war that's occurring now has ripples. Like, you might be thinking, where's China in all of this conflict? If you're ever thinking about it, like, where's Japan in all of this conflict? Where is the UK in all of this conflict? We're talking about a very topical thing that's happening. You can imagine what I'm referring to, right? Considering what recently has happened in the last 2 days. Those are what I mean by the conflicts. They have long-lasting impressions that came from my parents. See, growing up in the United States, when someone's parents are Chinese, and when they bring up topics of like Japan, it's usually the conflict of interest between China and the United States. What has happened in the last few days? The ceasefire, the treaty, like the peace talks in Iran between the United States and Iran is like dissolving again. So like it's eroding again. And oftentimes you constantly hear about like the United States and Iran, but you clearly don't hear other particular countries that we have mentioned on their way in on that, right? Like in the sense of direct conflict. So that's where I was overcomplicating your interpretation. I think where there isn't indirect conflict, usually that's what people refer to, like the observable conflict. There's soft power conflict that occurs at all times, and that's where the 180 points come from. The idea is I was referring to the soft power conflict that is occurring. Geopolitics, the idea of the political part of why Winston Churchill is a person that I would remember from the UK as like prime minister, right? Or the politician being the prime minister. They're involved in politics as much as they are involved in military leadership, right? So usually I was citing Winston Churchill as a politician, not as a military leader. So not someone who like picks sides and, oh, as long as you're fighting on the same side, there are no conflicts, that type of thing. So I was really citing the politics, the political things that are happening. So for example, topical right now, there is technically a ceasefire, a treaty, right? A treaty ceasefire through peace talk between the United States and Iran. That doesn't mean people aren't striking each other and like taking military action against each other, despite the politicians and the diplomats trying to create a peaceful resolution. And whether they agree or not, they can at the same time agree and still be in military conflict with each other. This is part of the thing that I often find incredibly sobering about politics and geopolitics. You can have politicians who are involved in taking executive action or negotiating peace talks, all the while military action is occurring. Like, it takes time for military action to resolve itself, or maybe like orders were already made. So right now, the current topic that's in my head is the idea that a week ago, maybe like 2 weeks ago, there was talk about an extended ceasefire, an extended treaty between at least the United States and Iran. And just recently, the ceasefire, quote unquote, I suppose, is eroding because strikes began again. So that's kind of what I was alluding to about how this could be topical right now. It's one of those things that in the United States, when the US kind of, you could argue many points of view because you didn't live it. Did Israel agree to the ceasefire? That's a good question. Yes and no. I have no idea. Like, it is completely unclear. I'm not quite a person of war, so to speak. So, however, I am very interested. I did read quite a lot about like post-war politics and whatnot. It's great to, in my opinion, it is an important part to understand these things. So right now, because of how media portrays things, one person could claim they did agree. Another source can claim they didn't. So anytime you're like reading online about like conflicts and stuff, you get conflicting accounts. Like on the one hand, you have someone like the president of the United States claiming something, and then there are two other, like, their opponents or the other person, like those who represent Iran, Israel, Kuwait. There's another involved, Lebanon. They can claim something different. So like the battle of soft power is so visible, it's so palpable nowadays. It's kind of like, I don't want to trivialize how important like the value of life and military things. There's a lot of analogies about how subreddit, and like the earlier topic we were talking about video games, right? How people hate a video game for something that happened, and then another group counters claiming the opposite. That's what's happening online right now. So I can't even tell you if Israel agreed to the ceasefire or not, which is pretty crazy. Like, it's difficult to trust anything, really. Like, weeks of, in my opinion, and hear me out. It's hard to even rationalize how you can read a headline like, oh yeah, it's a done deal, a peace treaty was successful, and then meanwhile the two different leaders were saying, nah, we didn't agree on anything. It's like, no, but we agreed on this, and then one person shares it. It's like, no, we agreed on this, and that's what the thing is. So it feels like a subreddit conflict, like they said this and they said this, and I'm like, oh man, war is happening. Like, what's going? That's what I mean by conflicts of interest. there are conflicting accountings and conflicting opinions that are constantly being said in geopolitics. It was felt in World War II from vicariously. So the post World War II, like even going into like the Cold War and later the Korean War. So one thing that we can throw Korea into the 180 bullseye mark, because later on then China, Japan, and the United States have different positions on the Korean War. Wait, right? Yeah. The Korean War was right after. Do I have any methods to figure out which of the accounts are more likely to be truthful? I really don't. I read a bunch of headlines, um, pick several of them, and see if they converge on it, something. In this case, since wartime politics are censored, right? They're censored and filtered. You can only one would ideally the only way for like a civilian, right, a citizen, and a civilian to see a bigger picture is after the war, after the politics have settled, and then now you're at the mercy of recounting the war. So that's how I learned about World War II. That's how I learned about like the, because we weren't alive. Well, I wasn't alive, and obviously you weren't alive during the war. So most of the time is the victor writes history, I guess, sort of. But we don't technically live in that time anymore. So that's kind of an interesting thought. Think about how crazy that is, Procol. Like, we might be living in an era that the victor may not necessarily write the history books. You probably heard that before. I don't know where the idiom comes from, or like that thing. It might have been like a Western European. I'm generalizing because I have no idea who specifically. It might be a Western European person who's made a commentary on World War II specifically, or maybe even earlier, about who like writes the accountings of it. It might even be back to like biblical times or something like that. I don't know what context it was. And generally speaking, the victor tends to be the one that is responsible at forwarding the accounting of war period things. And the context that I encountered that idiom is when a British person. The reason why I'm bringing this up is anecdotally, the context that I have encountered that saying is when a British person accuses or like takes a jest, like a jab at diminishing the value of American pride. That's usually the context when I hear, well, the victors are the ones who write the history. So it was kind of like a jabby nuance most of the time when it comes to anecdotes. Basically, despite having history books and accounts, you can't often know what the books are accounting for, largely due to the idea that even after the war, the ones that still persist and have the soft power are the ones that make the narrative. They build the narrative of their victory. So then this factors in like the Vietnam War, right? The Cuban Missile Crisis, those things, and obviously the Korean War, and then and it would keep traveling back like World War II and so on. I would imagine drama might have something to say about this, given his birthplace is Germany, right? Interesting. Overly complicated. I understand. Overly complicated. I do what I typically do, which might not be the greatest explainer protocol, I read and I see how many commonalities are from one side and then commonalities from another side. And nowadays, you could find things like, you've probably seen an advertisement for this. You could find things like ground news, for example, not sponsored. I don't read news that often. It would be really awkward for me to be affiliated with something like this. However, ground news is kind of like a meta tool to try to create balance in accounting of something. So like if it's left leaning, right leaning, where's the source? It's an accounting where's the source of the news coming from. So obviously the reason why this is very attractive, especially targeted towards Americans, is because of the whole bipartisan nature of the United States, right? Left, right, moderate, but moderate really isn't a position. It's on the left and the right, which is the position. And I'm not going to name which is the left, which is the right. Which some people might say, well, obviously the left is liberal, right? And the right is conservative. Hear me out. I'm gonna concede that I'm politically ignorant. Like I'm not that great with like political identifiers. The reason why I brought this up is because the left used to be the right and the right used to be the left historically. So like the left and the right, their platforms change that reflect each other over the period of American history. So American politics, their platforms are what defines the sides that they're going to be. The categorization is a little weird to me. Would you ever answer whether you are left or right wing politically or economically? I don't know which side it would be. So half the things that I could say could be left wing politically, and half the things I can say could be right wing politically. I don't actually know what the platforms are at the moment. Like, I legitimately am ignorant to the point where I don't know what is the left and the right wing politics. Like, for example, I think Social Security is right wing, or yeah, I think it's right wing. So like the continued support of Social Security, I genuinely do not know which side that is, because my parents are they're senior citizens. So one of the political topics that would be relevant to me would be the continuation of at least supporting their generation of Social Security benefits. So any mitigation of or trivialization, reduction of financial support tends to be associated with the left. Yeah, but not Social Security. Necessarily. Social Security benefits the wealthy as well. And as far as I know, I think the wealthy is right-wing leaned currently in the United States. There is also taxation. For example, taxation is a typical argument, and I don't know currently the incumbent party, like the people who are the incumbent, are in favor or disfavor on certain taxations. Like, for example, the incentivizing EVs or the removal of EVs. So the EV, for example, one political agenda was the removal of EV benefits in taxation in the United States. Certain states have revoked that or changed it in some way. In terms of the federal government, it's not entirely clear which one it is. You might argue, well, EV is pro environment, right? You could argue, oh, well, let's generalize EV pro environment. It's got to be left being associated with liberal thought, right? Right is business. Who's the major EV holder right now? And who's like, so now you have business interest. So I don't actually know which one it is. Revoking EV incentives would reduce EV incentives to buy EVs. And the largest corporations, as far as I'm aware, are right-leaning, not left-leaning. Like corporations are right-leaning. However, EVs then are pro-environment. Well, you could make it pro-environment argument. So is that left-leaning? This is what I mean by I'm maybe I'm mishandling my terminology. I'm ignorant in the sense that I don't know enough depth to know which way things lean because they're on the fence. Most of the issues that I focus on are on the fence. If you're pro EV, you're also pro corporation. You're also pro environment. So you can make a left and right leaning argument for the EV situation. Social Security, what is Social Security? Is when people worked for a very long time, they contribute to a fund. It's kind of like, if I had a layman's term for this, it's a retirement fund. So those who contribute pay their taxes. They also don't have to pay certain things. Would you prefer to have national healthcare like the NHS here? Neither. Probably bifurcated. So, baseline national healthcare for those that do not have access to it, and then a proprietary healthcare for those who can afford it. Now, this is understanding that somehow the demand can be met, which usually it doesn't. So, like national healthcare, the demand is often not met. Proprietary healthcare, like a capitalistic healthcare, usually the demand is met for the people that it targets. The people who have money can get what they want. Now, national healthcare, I don't think that's true. I think the people that want what they want don't always get what they want, but they at least have something. So, national healthcare provides sufficiency, which is great for needs, and then extraordinary funding, like capitalistic funding and whatnot, requires the extraordinary innovation of proprietary or funneling of money. So, like, state-of-the-art pioneering medicine requires an injection of innovation and funding that national healthcare does not provide. It adulterates, it flattens, it leaps and bounds in medical research and whatnot is incentivized with a heavy funding aspect that is more than sufficient. It's about optimization, like optimizing incentives for innovation, because, you know, I believe in technically the human nature of things, right? Human condition. So national healthcare can make it difficult to innovate in medicine, largely because the demand is hard to meet in both cases. Meeting the sufficiency of everyone or meeting the demand of the incentivizing the hyper aggressive innovation of medicine. You'd be surprised if national healthcare would lack demand given the population income distribution. You'd be surprised if national healthcare would lack demand. That's exactly what I'm saying. I said meeting demand. So supply, sorry. Like let's be, I need to clarify. National healthcare, the demand can't be met. So like there is no lack of demand for national health care. It is very difficult to meet the demand of national health care. So maybe I'm reading too much into this again, but the context is that it's to meet the demand of national health care. So I'm in agreement with you. So I would be surprised too, which is the opposite. So you're not surprised that there is demand for national health care, is what I'm saying. So I'm saying the same thing you are, where I'm claiming that there is a high demand for national health care. Because there's a high demand for national health care, it is hard to meet. So when you have national health care, you typically sacrifice funding elsewhere, which is to try to meet the demand for medical innovation and pursuits, because they would consume an excessive amount of funding. So when you ask me, would I prefer to have a national health care like the NHS, I would say no. I would love the idea, and that's idealism. I'm not saying it's practical. I would love the idea of meeting the demand for national health care by those who require for sufficiency, while at the same time have an overarching system that caters to innovation and excessive funding funneling for incentives of the privilege. The thing is, because of the demand for national health care, it creates a strain for innovation. So that means that exceptional health care is in exchange for sufficient health care. That's the consistent argument between national health care and capitalistic health care. I don't know what the other thing is called. I don't know what the terminology is, but like national versus proprietary, maybe, or something like that. Proprietary gives the concentration. Right? It's the exchange is the concentration of interest, which usually is like business interest, and that can push innovation. That's one of the arguments, right? Because there's you siphon funds for proprietary interest, and that is to further their advancements in their own personal interests, which concentrates the funding. When you go towards a national one, it has to meet the demand, the heightened demand of national healthcare. So then the funds would be distributed across the board, which makes it difficult to do this. And I don't have a particular preference for either, because there are pros and cons to both. Now I'm going to read deeper into your question. When you're asking, would I prefer a national healthcare like the NHS here, as in the UK, that would be the way I'm overanalyzing, have overcomplicated your question about the conflict between US and Canada, or not Canada, US and China. Yes, there is a conflict between US and Canada. I'll tell you why I said US and Canada. US and Canada, the question you're asking is the conflict of interest between US and Canada about healthcare. It's the same, it's a very analogous conflict of interest. The idea of a national healthcare system, or a healthcare system versus I don't know what the US is called. Is there a name for it? I really have no idea. Most people probably just refer to it as the US healthcare system, I suppose. But you know what I mean. So the tiered system, the proprietary business-oriented US healthcare, right? Private business, private ventures, dominant versus the national healthcare. That's the reason why I said Canada, because U.S. and Canada have a similar relationship. So I am not in disagreement with you. There is a high demand for national health care. There's also a high demand for specialized healthcare. I'm not talking about life and death here. I'm talking about the availability of healthcare to everyone versus the demand for answers, the demand for reliability and special treatment. So I'll give you a real world example that occurs a lot when I when I interact with either a Canadian or a British person. And it's still true in the United States. So keep that in mind for those who do not meet the specialized healthcare. So when someone says, I am willing to wait, right? For example, when someone says, I'm willing to wait 3 hours at the free clinic because I have national health care versus I can only stand to wait for 10 minutes and no more because I'm paying a lot for this. Right? That's what I mean. So I would love that the demand gets met by medical practitioners. So from my perspective, maybe this is a left-leaning, I don't know if this is considered left-leaning or right-leaning. The demand is the problem. Demand, and more so it's how I could sound left-leaning is the supply. There is a deficient in medical practitioners. Like, despite a crazy demand, right? There's no shortage of having wonderful quality national demand that meets specialized healthcare demands. So like having both, like I would love to live in a world that has both specialized healthcare at a national level. So that means that when you walk into a hospital, like a country with national healthcare, they see you in 5 minutes. You never have to wait because there is a huge supply to meet the demand. Now, in terms of proprietary or like the US healthcare system, even the ones that have a lot of money, they definitely get better treatment overall because over average, that's where the money goes, right? If you're a special person, you make a lot of money. It's gonna be, it typically is above where these guys are. That's kind of like, hey, you have this really rare disease and something, go to a place that can get specialized healthcare. Now, even that, you can argue, has less demand per person. So basically, like, the rich is concentrated. So would you value the limited, like the 99th percentile or the 98th percentile even, when all of their wealth is also concentrated there as well? And in that way, it's one of the reasons why you can have really leaps and bounds and specialized stuff, or you can distribute all of this and have everyone play ball. And my vision, like if you're asking me what are my thoughts, I want to have the cake and eat it. From a scientific, like from a science pursuit situation, I want the cake and eat it. So if you ask me what would I prefer to have national healthcare like the NHS in the UK? No, I want to have both. If you're asking me, like someone asked me, if you wanted a wish and I can make it happen about healthcare, like specifically about healthcare, both. The answer is both. I want rich people or rich proprietary people to keep on funneling their money to solve their idiosyncrasies, like their specialized healthcare problems, because that money still goes to research. It still goes to health, solving all the pedantic, maybe even over excessive concerns of the rich and famous, because those things might be helpful when there isn't money for research and stuff. When you have national healthcare, the people who need that are not necessarily the people who can fund it either. The UK has national and private healthcare, which I much prefer to just... I disagree with you about your statement about having national and private healthcare than what I'm talking about here. So, the private healthcare is not pushing innovation. And also the national healthcare has many cons that are far more apparent than you possibly could be. Maybe you're incredibly privileged. I have no idea, right? So privilege does play into this. The type of comments that I get from, like, anecdotally, maybe not from you, you might actually prove to help balance my perspective. But generally, when I hear the UK has national and private healthcare, I don't hear, oh, I'm stuck in the waiting room for 3 hours because that's the only thing I can, that is the only thing I have available to me. Why do you think or know that UK private doesn't breed innovation? Following medical journals. Like how the funding sources work. And having people in research. Like following research complaints and like funding sources and whatnot. I'm not saying it doesn't, period. Don't take me for like zeros and ones. We're talking about degrees of investment, right? We're talking about the difference between focusing on people's pedantic interest and a concentration of wealth versus having both. So when you have both, demand and supply is spread, right? So we're comparing. You didn't realize you are that knowledgeable about healthcare in the UK. I'm not. Okay, so my inference is not about the healthcare system. Oh, maybe I'm overreading your thing. What makes you think that the private healthcare in the UK is the same as the private healthcare in the USA? This is probably a different way to go about it. Since I have to understand what you're saying. You said the UK has national and emphasis and private healthcare, which you much prefer to just private like USA. You're inferring that the UK's private healthcare is the same or similar to the US healthcare, and therefore you can say and. Instead of saying a system with national and private compared to a private system, which these are one thing. They're together. So the pros and cons of having both, and the pros and cons because you compared it. You're saying the UK and the USA. So you're making a comparison. Go for it. What makes you think that it's A plus B and this is just B? That's what I was trying to illustrate. So instead of going about trying to explain why innovation is not bread or something because you keep referring to zeros and ones, explain to me how you think that A plus B is the same as just B. You don't think it's the same and you're very glad it's not the same? I'm saying they're both private. Private meaning you have to pay out of your pocket. That is, see, So you still think they're both B and they're both B. And unfortunately, that's not what I was referring to. So you can be glad about something it is not. That's fair then. Somehow that confirms that it's true, which it isn't. To me, it's A plus B1 plus B, but there had many variations of B. Yeah, and you use B to associate with the USA, which is not B at all. It's C. So it's not A plus B, it's A plus B and C. The thing you chose was something you generalized between two B's. That's probably a different story now. So if you think B is because you pay out of your pocket, sure. There are things you pay out of your pocket in both systems, and you think that A doesn't ever pay out of the pocket. Or I don't know what A is then. How is A different from B on the context of whether it's private or public? I'm guessing you're saying there must be an A1, and if you're ever curious, do you think that the United States has an A2? Because I'm genuinely curious. Maybe if you're making this counter argument. So now, if you think that the British is operating at B1 and A1, the UK, and somehow you compare it to the US like the US, do you think US operates A2 and B2? Because then I can agree with you with the comparison. You're normalizing something instead of cherry picking something. I actually thought it was UK is A and the United States is B. That's what I'm thinking of. And then when you ask me, would I prefer to have a national healthcare system like the NHS here, I'm referring to the healthcare in UK. Why would it be C in US if it is fundamentally private, even if the details of the privatizations are different? Because what I was talking about is not the same. You decided to recontextualize it and again avoiding what I was saying. Okay, hear me out. We might be down the same road again. You might have decided you wanted to make a comment. You wanted to make a comment that it was irrelevant to what I was saying, and that's specifically why you wanted to say it. Okay, like let me go back. Let me go back and retract my statement. You might just be saying you like the US, I mean you like your healthcare system because the way you interpret your healthcare system is like the US, only better. All right. And then it had nothing to do with what I said. I will give you that. So it is A plus B1 versus B2 because you decided not to say anything about what I said. But that's fine. I would be fine with that. So yes, the privatization and the detail of the privatization are very different. I agree with your statement after ignoring everything I've said. That's perfectly fine. Like, logically speaking, that is sound when you decide to choose your yeah. Yeah, so your comment, basically, that's fine. Like, I understand from your perspective that the UK has both a national and a private system, and the United States only have one of them. It's not true from my perspective, but that is what you understand to have. Social Security is one of the examples. Now, if we want to dig into the nuance of that, Social Security is a nationally offered thing upon retirement. So it's not true, and it's true at the same time. So it's not true because not everyone has access to it throughout their entire life. Social Security is only after someone has retired. Well, in the context of when you were asking me about what is Social Security, which prompts all of this national plus proprietary healthcare system. Social Security is how older people, retired people, pay for their medical expenses without having. So hear me out. When you say the United States, based on your premise that the United States does not have both, that is erroneous because you already asked me about Social Security. And then you're saying that it's not important about the details of privatization are different. I agree with you, but I wasn't talking about privatization or the difference in privatization. When you made it about it, then I would disagree with you still, because the question about Social Security is that Social Security is a national level way of paying for healthcare. Now we would have to add a new condition, which is having healthcare your entire life. So now the UK has a A1 plus a B2 or B1 and A2 plus a B2. Why does Social Security benefit the rich? Is because usually the rich has the ability to consistently pay, like they don't have to pay for it. Like Social Security, you don't have to pay for it. It benefits everyone. So, like for example, the privatization of things. When you have Social Security, you still have the benefits of privatization. So like you're still going to pay less whether you have privatization or not. It's less spent money. You don't have to spend more. Is it something that accrues as you work? Yes, it is something that accrues as you work. So if we're talking about the super rich, that probably don't benefit them because they're not working or something. They still have to pay for Social Security. So that would be a disadvantage. So a lot of times the left or right, for example, this is like, again, I'm not a politician thing. The right would want to remove Social Security, right? Remove Social Security because they can save on taxes, right? Taxes will get lower. That's why Social Security is, you could argue, a more of a left thing, which left thing deals with national concerns, right? So if you remove, like, again, whoever is gonna watch this, I'm sorry if this is an over, like, I apologize in advance if this is an overgeneralization. It's from my lens. The idea is that for a while, I think my impression is that the right does not like Social Security because taxes go up in order to support a national system that allows people who work to have healthcare guaranteed when they retire. Now, for rich people, I guess you could argue it's irrelevant because if they're rich, they simply buy the thing that they want, right? Now, that doesn't mean rich people don't get Social Security. So like someone who's like living in Florida, hypothetically, who has a stash of money, they don't necessarily have to pay for healthcare if their Social Security benefits cover all of it anyways. That kind of thing. So retirement is a really big thing about healthcare. When you have Social Security, the thing that you worry about is your cost of living. You effectively worry about your cost of living, and most of the stuff is Social Security. Now, there's another branch of this A2. There's also A3, which is welfare. So we still have, so there's still welfare. Welfare is another thing, and disability. Welfare and disability. That is another national system that exists, and that's where the United States kind of got that whole moniker of being a welfare state. So, despite the privatization of healthcare and whatnot, welfare and disability is a national level thing that is accessible for those who qualify. So it's based on qualification. However, the application for welfare and disability and Social Security is national level and is open. Whether you qualify for it or not is where the distribution of the method, I would agree, is different. So then we can start arguing about whether something is national or private. So now we go back to your original segregation of what is the financial support for people below a certain income called over there? I think it's welfare. No, it's welfare. Or are you talking about... Oh, you're talking about poverty? Like... Or like the poverty level? I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know what the poverty level is. Oh, low income? Oh no. I think it's either low income or economically disadvantaged, I suppose. If I had to guess the political, maybe underprivileged, the working poor, maybe, economically disadvantaged. Oh, you didn't mean welfare? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's welfare. You get welfare. Yeah, this is welfare. I'm gonna end up skipping my lesson today. So we got 9 minutes, so we're just gonna talk this out. I like this topic. Don't get me wrong. Like, we're not... hopefully you're finding this as blood boiling and engaging as I am. Like, I have a shortened time, so we got like 9 minutes or so. Would you consider USA to be an empire? I consider any developed country to be an existing empire. Yes. And we're going to have to identify what empire is. So we have to qualify what empire is. I talked about this before, where any empire right now... This is very... I apologize. Yeah, no. I really love this topic. I wish I knew more. Like, it would be great to have colleagues. Like, literally call up a couple colleagues, sit around, and just talk about this stuff. Because there's this thing called modern empires. So, for me, I think I mentioned this a couple of times, and I used this term before. Any country that's considered a developed country with soft power. Yeah, we're not doing P3P today. So, modern empire. So, a modern empire is any country that has a developed soft power. So, the infrastructure to affect economic, right? Economic globalism, like affect the chain of like supplies or media or ideology, that would be a modern empire. So the UK is an empire. The Japan, China, even like obviously United States. However, if you rationalize, say like a country that is upset. Let's just say a country that says, we disagree with, I don't know, we disagree with social media, and it doesn't make headlines. Like you that's the first time you've ever heard a country being upset about social media. That country is not a modern empire. The countries, when they decide legislation, we're choosing something like not war and stuff, because we talked about war all day. So let's not talk about like really sucky topics at the moment. Say like one country says, we're releasing a national mandate to ban fossil fuel cars in our country, and suddenly nearly every single other country has to think about it all of a sudden. That would be a modern empire. That's what I would consider a modern empire. So not your, and you can still lump empire in with military force, because military force, what's the soft power of military force? Weapons of mass destruction. Deterrence is the soft power. The literal power, I think, goes with the original traditional, the age of power, like, you know, military power. I think, to me, whichever modern empires are the empires that can get a world to turn against you because they believe they did something, or not against you. It can get the whole world to turn against you for what you do. So, like, for example, if the UK decide to do something and suddenly it miffed everyone else and turned the entire world against them, that shows the level of power, their like influence that they have, or the lack of influence. It can go both ways. The idea is a modern empire is one that is, they have a lot of influence. So whichever it is. What's soft power? That's a good question about what they would define as. Okay, I largely agree with what Gemini says. So Gemini gave me, soft power is a nation's group's ability to influence the preferences, behavior, and policies of others through attraction and persuasion rather than coercion. So, like, if Australia decides we're gonna put a 2-hour limit, right? 2-hour limit on social media for all of our adolescents. Suddenly, all the other countries like, wait, you know what? We should really consider doing that. I mean, Australia knows what they're doing, so let's consider that. That's how, like, it's nebulous though. It's like, how would you measure that? How high? I don't really know. Like I know some things that you would want to measure it by. However, it's a nebulous concept, because how do you measure influence, right? That's a different topic. I don't have any clear-cut way to measure soft power. The idea is soft power is the extent of that. So when, like, for example, yeah, we want to put a ban on taxation, on tariffs, and then suddenly every other country is like, yo, you know what? We should put a tariff on everything. That's a measure of soft power, where the actions of one country, if it's a modern empire, it will have rippling effects regardless of what it does. So if it says everyone should stop using fossil fuel, and half the world decides, yeah, we should stop using fossil fuel too, that would be the measure of soft power. Hard power would be like regular power. So regular power would be, you can force someone to do something. Go to war with someone. You force them to do something. Instead of you do something and everyone just follows you. That kind of thing. Or you do something and the person that you might be against is going to be scared. Like, they're going to be worried. Maybe we should comply. As opposed to, like, complying by force. So hard power is when you, like, go into a country and decide we're just going to confiscate all of the things you have. That is usually the hard power, right? We're talking about war and conflict. So this is like the opposite of that, where who has very strong soft power? I would say that the United States is an empire in that sense. So is the UK, though, and Australia, and Japan, China, maybe less so Korea. So I'm not sure if I want, like, it's hard because I don't know enough about what's going on to see if there was anything. The examples that I would measure soft power is probably whenever a headline comes up and then you see how it affects everyone else. UK has banned social media for under 16? Really? Huh. Oh, hear me out. So soft power is the ability to influence preference, behavior, and policy. It's not across everything. It's across the spheres that they have influence over. So an empire doesn't need to be everything. Like for example, I know I'm like kind of running out of time. This concept is really cool. Oh, UK. Oh no, Mika's here already. So this is what we're going to be talking about here. UK socials ban for under 16 happens around next spring, but it's confirmed to be happening. Dang, that's gonna send ripples. That's a definition of empire you've never heard and was quite surprised by. Really? Really quick short story about this. So it's not like it's a hypothetical class. So in college I took an extracurricular class, and this person, he was really eccentric. It really helped that he was really eccentric. So I went to a liberal arts college, and lots of the extracurriculars are conceptual. They are the idea of conceptual. So I took a class called empires, like empire building. And they were talking about the years of different types of empires. So we went from empires of like the Roman Empire, for example, like the Persian Empire, right? The empires of yesteryear that relied on hard power, the power to control, the power to take over and seize and pillage, right? Eventually, we got into the power like manifest destiny, for example, manifest destiny and Monroe Doctrine. This is specifically about the United States. Monroe Doctrine, how it created like colonization, right? Like for example, the Spanish Empire, right? The conquistadors and whatnot, and then obviously the British Empire with their naval force. So then when we got into the modern age, you think about the conflicts. Think about where the center of the conflicts are. It's often a measure of soft power. So it's all the gesturing. Like war does happen, and I really I'm not the greatest on physical war. Like the deaths of people, it seems so unfortunate. Like it's a lose-lose. War destroys both sides. Now, when it comes to the postmodern world, much of the power that is being argued about is the soft power, like who gains control of the transportation, who has more stake in the financial consequences of losing access to a strait of imports, for example. Who would have the responsibility? That's pretty much it, right? Like, and the reason why I say soft power is big is because a country without hard power, like a standing army, for example, a country without a standing army can still irreparably destroy the power, the soft power of a country with a lot of hard power or just regular power. So like the United States, for example, can be crushed economically by a country that in its position have a lot of soft power. Like the country that it, like say a country with a lot of military decides to like completely annex a really small country with no defensible power, that could diminish the United States soft power dramatically. A loss of confidence, a loss of dealings, economic turmoil, because it creates distrust. So when it comes to posturing in the modern age, it deals with soft power. Like when you make an action, it has to be seen as influentially positive. So when you ever decide to go to war with someone, like declare stuff, like, and this goes back to the whole thing. I don't know if the ceasefire happened or not, or was agreed upon, because it's a fight for soft power. You're trying to be the good guy, the person that's being reasonable, the country that is doing the correct thing, because the one with the more soft power also has to maintain it, right? So if your country represents freedom or liberties and etc., right? Cue the the memes. If you cease to obligate, it's a double edge. You are given a lot of soft power because people trust you, right? Like a quote unquote trust from a like a economic or political standpoint. Like good political standing is kind of like playing a game of Civilization without the hard power. Imagine playing like Sid Meier's, right? Sid Meier's Civilization, but there aren't weapons of mass destruction, no standing army. There's barely any resource constraints to fight over with, right? Then what do you have left? Soft power. The more people who trust you, the more you can influence, the more power you have in the world. So that's what I mean by, yeah, here's the really dark silver lining about soft power. I would so much imagine a world where people don't immediately decide, let's just blow each other up. As opposed to, oh, you know what, let's bicker and argue for quite a long time. However, let's refrain from blowing each other up. And that's my 2 cents personally. So I'm not saying soft power is like the end all be all thing. Is that the modern empire building, you don't just hit the let's go to, let's blow things up territory. I know how there might be a comical gesture here where an American is saying that, but hear me out. That's kind of my take on things. Yeah, you were going to say, I think it is extremely unlikely for a widespread hard power empire to emerge in this modern day. Like if an empire, right, say like a current empire, which you could argue in terms of sources of power, like the traditional power, it would be any country that has nuclear weapons, right? The question is, how is that nuclear weapon being used? It's being used in a diplomacy. It's being used as a form of gaining soft power. Like the nuclear weapons themselves, the devastation that they can evoke is the catalyst. So it's the thing, right? It's the thing that everyone's posturing for soft power over. Like, hey, we believe in de-escalation. Let's demilitarize our countries. So all the countries that want to demilitarize, like, get rid of their, or limit, or get rid of their nuclear arsenal, they're all banding together so that soft power increases with anyone who's part of it. So if you pick on one country that is you know, demilitarizing for the nuclear weapon, you're picking on all the countries involved in that. So presumably that is what's creating a bubble of soft power, and you're trying to do that. Like, hey, it looks like this country really cares about their kids and they decided to introduce the ban on social media. That's going to create waves. And if it's a country, now if you're wondering what happens if there's a country without soft power who does that, you're probably not going to hear about it. Like later down the road, say like the UK releases this and it's gone official, everyone's talking about it, then someone else said, well, it's already in our country, that they have been doing this for like the last 20 years. That is a country that lacks soft power, because when they did it, it wasn't influential. So that's what I mean by like the New Age empire. If you're to measure how much of an empire, so I'm not saying like there's no hard cutoff for empire. However, the countries that we are talking about, in their particular sphere, how much soft power do they have? Economically, China takes the gold, in my opinion. Like when you think about the economic soft power that China has, that's ridiculous. Right. You think you said, but where did you learn about soft power? Oh yeah, it's here. It's in this empire building thing. So I haven't ever had this concept of soft power originated in this empire building class. It wasn't called soft power though. Later down the road, like maybe 3 years ago, someone in like I came across this term, and I'm like, that's exactly the concept that this professor was talking about. The professor was talking about the modern empire, and they described what the modern empire fights over. Because we ended with Cold War, by the way, a pro call. We ended our discussion with the Cold War. Like, what was the U.S. and the Russians fighting over? Like, what were they doing? Like, what was the victor? How could you determine what they posturing over? Right? Obviously, the end consequence would be a nuclear disaster, right? A nuclear holocaust. That is the end result. But how was it being played out? It was trying to acquire soft power. Who was right? Who is right in the situation? Because whoever is right will carry more trust into the future. So when we were covering World War II, that was also part of the class. The class started with all of the empire building phases from olden times. I think we went as far back as the Persian Empire. So then Persian Empire, Roman Empire, like we went through several periods of different types of empire building, basically. And then what measures the empire's power? Like what type of power did it shift? So further later, you enter the economic reach. Whichever empire had the most economic raw resources were considered empires. And then the military front, right? Because UK was one of the major naval militaries. They were a naval empire during their peak. And then, it went from naval, aerial, right? There was a time of aerial combat. And then we had the spice trades and the economic stuff, the transports and whatnot. Then came nuclear deterrence, right? Weapons of mass destruction. And then now we're in areas of like economics and influence, social media influence. So the stage for a country's like power is typically what does the world think of them, because we are in the age of globalization. So information, the appearance, the optics of a country is paramount. which now we're going to bring it all the way back, Prokol, from the beginning of the digression, all the way back to drama. When drama brought up a video game, which might interest Mika here, the Love and Deep Space, right? And the Chinese minister was upset that there was a slogan in this game that could reflect poorly on the soft power of China as a country. That is why the Chinese minister might be interested in not promoting a game that's coming from China that invites the association of house invasions and sexual assault when they were portraying it in a video game, because soft power is now social media. So who's right and who's wrong? Like, oh, we were being nice to them in the treaty. We signed a treaty that shows that we are benevolent as a country, like as an empire, to another potential empire with power. Now, empire really is more like how much soft power you have. So at some point in that thing, you can decide on an arbitrary cutoff in what are the top places that have a lot of soft power. To me, that's what I think about. I think about, like, if this country gets attacked today, would it be defended by the rest of the world because it has a lot of soft power? And the extent of that is how you exchange it. Like, if you are attacking a country with a low soft power, then whatever, that doesn't reflect poorly, or it doesn't have consequences. Have you heard of Stanislav, the Russian who worked in Soviet Defense Force? He got a system alert that the US had fired many missiles, so by protocol he should have reported it so a nuke could be fired back, but he decided to classify it as a false alarm, and he was right. Intriguing. No, I have not. Maybe I actually, that's super interesting. When was this? 1983? Oh, dang. Is this Cold War period? Or like, is this like a remnants of the Cold War stuff? Imagine this tracks back to Cold War. Yeah, it's Cold War. Yeah. That's really neat. But that's exactly what I mean, by the way. Okay. That's what I wanted to refer to. It's tensions like that to me personally, I want to end on this and then maybe some positive note before we go off. I'm basically just skipping. It's related to China. China's in this discussion for sure. Multicultural stuff is all over this. Soft power is the area that I would focus on when countries are relating to each other, because look at what the option is. Look at what the alternative is, in my opinion. What happens alternatively? It's the mass destruction of the planet and everyone in it. So for me, this concept came back with a newfound enthusiasm. Like, I learned about this concept, or like I was educated and enlightened to maybe thinking about it this way. I'm not saying it's true or not. The idea is the correlation is there. So the correlation is, I'm not saying it's causal because I can't prove that. I'm not a politician and I'm not privy to all this information. So it was over 20 years ago. Yep, 20 years ago. It was almost exactly 20 years ago that this concept of soft power, or like gesturing for soft power, has become the concept in which I live in. Like, in my generation, right? Like the years that I have lived, most of the countries try to increase their soft power position, because then they can negotiate for any of that. The threat of doing something and having the world behind you is devastating, absolutely devastating. And it's also a great checks and balance, because the more soft power you have, the more you have to lose when it is being wielded improperly. And your example of Stanislav is that what is the alternative? The alternative is that one person hits a button and everyone gets vaporized off the face of the planet. So for me, you know what is great about this, the timing of this? The World Cup, the Olympic Games. To me, I think that is far more of a wonderful legacy that humanity has, instead of resorting to basically mass destruction, right? And if you're gonna ask me the whole double barrel question, would I prefer something over something, back to the healthcare stuff, would I prefer hard imperial hard power over soft power? No contest for me. It would be fantastic. It's almost like the diplomacy's holy grail. Like, you want people who have indifferences to vie for favors and talk about who's right and argue and have debates and whatnot, instead of destroying each other, literally destroying each other. So to me, I think if I'm playing a devil's advocate, or maybe the lesser of two evils, modern empires, I like to believe this is still true. Modern empires have not seen, and I'm going to tie it back to our overcomplication of World War II question and stuff. Modern empires are not replicating the mutual assured destruction that we have seen in World War II, right? Between countries, or the civil wars of yesteryear. I can't even begin. Since I learned about the American Revolution War, right? The American Revolutionary War, or the American Civil War, right? The Civil War. I was interested in all of the other types of civil wars, like Japan, East versus West, the shogunate period, like the Sengoku era, right? And then we had the Chinese, the multiple Chinese civil wars. Those are absolutely devastating, the scales that they were, given the context that they have. And at least in my opinion, in my lifetime, I really do hope that I do not see on the scale of destruction that the previous war had, before all the countries were interconnected with soft power, right? So now modern empires are all generally completely connected with the extent of their soft power. So the more they have to lose. The more they have, the more likely they are also held responsible for the use of it. Hard power did not have that, in my opinion. You are the dominant oppressor if you are the winner, right? You oppress and coerce. It's a one-way exchange. So I really hope that mutually assured destruction, I don't think so. I don't think mutually assured destruction is a reasonable protocol, unless you're not a human. Civil War? You search up civil American Civil War. Not silver, no Silver War. Civil. Yeah. Like the North versus South, the Confederacy, the Civil War over slavery, absolutely wrecked each other. Here's one last thing that I don't want to end on this morbid tone. I'll end on a more up tone. The worst atrocities, in my opinion, it is absolutely devastating how cruel people can also be to their neighbors. So civil wars are things that you can't ignore about human condition. Like, you can make enemies of your neighbors to the point where you can nearly eviscerate multiple generations of people who shared the same space next to each other. Now, World War II, there are at least ideologies that separate the two, right? So I'm not willing, like, I don't want to end on that morbid topic where how prone to human self-destruction there may be. That might be a philosophical talking point for another time. I want to promote the idea that this is great. I really do hope that humans transcend the use of hard power. Now, there is a utopian error here, which is the idea that, do you think soft power can be manipulated, coerced, right? Like, proprietized? That's an argument for another time, like another concept in the future. Like, can you proprietarily sequester soft power? If the idea, the premise of what I'm saying in a brighter future is that soft power is limitless, like it is uncapped. It can be achieved by something that is uniquely human. So it can't. So when you try to sequester soft power, people will know that the soft power is sequestered. Now, I'm not sure if that's a hypothetical possibility in the future. I like to think it is, that you can't sequester it. Soft power is consistently tying everyone together. So what happens then is humans may grow potentially out of its literal destruction, right? And that's kind of the premise for Star Trek, by the way. What does sequester mean? Oh, to acquire. Like, to acquire. How is it spelled? Sequester? Oh, yeah. Sequester. It's another word for, like, to, like, seize by force, so to speak. The Gestapo creating a culture of spying and being suspicious of your own enemies and even family. Yes, Gestapo. Yes, it's a great example. Now I want to end with, like, a really happy tone, right? Like, language barriers aside, cultural barriers and whatnot, I am far more a proponent of someone, like, argue about cultural barriers. Argue about, I'm like that romantic diplomacy thing, right? Like, diplomacy is a first task. Assured mutual destruction is a, like, final, the last straw, the bottom line, not the default. So my argument here is biased. So if someone is going to come at me, it's like, well, you wouldn't be so cognizant of soft power if your country had nothing. It's like, I agree with you. So there are errors. You can poke holes. I can be my own devil's advocate. Soft power does not help with resource. So, for example, you can still have countries that starve, right? Because they have no hard power. What is hard power? Money, raw resources, right? A standing military, actual people, like working labor force. All of those things still exist. Like, a modern empire, the top of the top, like the ones with the strongest influence and soft power, are also those ones who have lots of conventional power, a giant standing army, military capacity, nuclear weapons, access to major resources. So in Star Trek, right, going back to, like, language and gaming and stuff, one of the things that Star Trek set for utopia for humans is that they got rid of money. Like that's a source of hard power. They got rid of money, like the literal thing that generates wealth. So that's like, will monies? I mean, I'm not gonna live long enough to see that. I don't know about that, but that's kind of the idea. Can you wrap this all together and take it back to gaming, our first conversation? Oh yeah, we did. So the reason why the very first conversation we had was about the Chinese minister being upset about the backlash. They had a backlash of a Chinese game, or a game with Chinese assets and probably published by a Chinese company, using a slogan that would infer that they are romanticizing the violation of human rights. So like civil liberties and like promoting behavior that could reflect poorly on them. So what happens then is that it can inflict irreparable damage to youth and popular opinion about China that can impact their soft power. So the days of this day, you know, China, in my opinion, is an incredibly pragmatic, beautifully pragmatically culture. And the face culture is where it gains a lot of its power. So to maintain, like Japan, for example, if you're a Japanese reference, we talked about this before about Japanese content creators. When you think about a Japanese content creator, there is very few things that would violate and cause it to lose any of its soft power. Because China and Japan are face cultures. Soft power is about face culture. If you have something that is becoming negatively associated with your country, it hurts your perception. Whether it's true or not, that's hard power. Like, for example, if you have people who are starving, right? But people don't know that they're starving. That's where the devil's advocate is happening. Like, if I was arguing against me, right? Like, if someone comes at me and say, well, soft power isn't anything because you could have starving people in your country and people would not know about it. Yeah, that's the game of soft power. Now, if you had hard power, meaning you have lots of food, resources that you seized, right, literally, then you could solve the problem of starvation. That's being devil's advocate, right? Soft power doesn't solve everything. The people who have more influence will gain more resources. The people who have more influence will have more things to negotiate. So it doesn't quite completely substitute for the lack of something. Why wouldn't they know they're starving? Cover up. Influence. Conspiracy. Out of sight, out of mind. If you can negotiate the social media presence, if you don't see it and people don't know it, then they don't exist. You can civil rights violations, human right violations, right? Systemic oppression, all those things come into the forefront because they're battling for soft power. So you don't want to appear like a country that's violating human rights over and over again, right? Whether it exists or not, the idea is soft power is the appearance of it, the influence of it. You feel like the concept of soft and hard power can be applied to gaming in some way, but I can't think of the words. Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Gaming reviews too, by the way. Gaming reviews, soft and hard power all the time. Your money, the actual cash money, versus the buying power versus the voice. So the first statement we were talking about was talking about the voice. Like, how is this gonna hurt the developer and the publisher? Their optics are gone. Like, that company is going to be cease and desist. Like that, the developer, Drama said the developer just says we're not gonna release any more things. That's the power of soft power. It hurts the hard power because you might be thinking, oh, let's vote with our wallets, right? Let's just not buy this game. Versus, let's go review bomb this and then spread the word of them being disagreeable. Which one's more powerful? The voice? People were discontent. It was the basically a combination of a bunch of Chinese, like, allegedly drama relayed this. So this is a third party thing. So I'm not tied to this game or anything. I don't know. Um, raising the review bombs, like, and then the Chinese minister allegedly was upset about it. So then it didn't matter whether they had money or not, or the people were going to buy the thing or not, or understand whether it's going to influence or not. You're not allowed to do it. It's kind of like the concept of the internet, really, and gaming in general. If they had no money, how would people acquire things? Legislation. They distribute based on sufficiency. Now, in Star Trek world, they solve the problem of, like, all the distribution, like, resources. So, like, you have to remember that Star Trek is predicated on a utopia. So they solved resources too. They solved the problem of hard power, the things that measure hard power, which is food, the availability of food, right? Comforts, technology, advanced to a point where it solved, like, the crisis. Which, by the way, here's a funny little nod. Most of humanity, nearly all of humanity, if not all of them, are vegetarians. And we're not talking about vegetarians in the sense of literally eating not things that depict. The technology is they use photon generation to substitute for the taking of other animals. So there's a lot of fun little quirks about Star Trek that they address certain things, like the idea of eating other living creatures is a past thing. The concept of consuming something that was priorly a creature is a different story. So, like, technology removed resource limitations as well. So that's kind of why Star Trek is very interesting, in the sense that it's very rare that the idea was predicated on solving everything. Why wouldn't they know they're starting? Also, wouldn't soft power empires be able to gain some hard power through influence? Absolutely. They would. They're related to each other. So that sucks or not suck. It depends, I guess, depending on your perspective. For myself, it would be... I don't know if Spock is presented as a purely logical being, but if he does it annoy you that he isn't? Spock is a half human, half Vulcan. So he's literally meant to show that a balance between human and logical thinking is attractive. So Spock is half human and half Vulcan. So he tries to stay logical for the most part. He does have a human side. So it's actually part of his narrative. So it's not supposed to annoy you, more so endear you. So Spock is the most endearing Vulcan. Vulcans are purely logical either? Vulcans aren't purely logical either? They aren't. Yep, they aren't. Vulcans, the backstory about Vulcans, right? Like, we're still talking about fictional characters, so we'll keep it with a grain of salt. Vulcans exercise a lifetime of suppressing their emotions. So they've tapped into the ability to completely suppress their emotions. It's not that they can't experience emotions. And when they fail, usually when they get older, when they age, they lose this ability and everything comes out. So there are many situations later down the road where Vulcans, as they age and they become very old, right, they start to lose that capacity of suppression and it becomes violent. So yeah, Vulcans are not purely logical. They are not void of emotions. They are actually emotional. Like, there are very few creatures in the Star Trek universe, like, that are thinking, that are purely logical. Like, there are far more creatures in the Star Trek universe that are purely emotional than logical, like Ravagers and consumers. the purely logical one would be something like the Borg or an android, right? There's technically an android. There are certain timelines where there was a purely android race that's tied to Data, the character. So Data would be the purely logical character, even though Data seeks to be emotional, and he's not purely logical either, because the doctor that made Data did a little tweak that gave him that he seeked the capacity to be emotional. In my opinion, pure logic is perfect right up until the foundation and illogical base is needed to then build from using pure logic. Exactly. And also, the whole logical conundrum about this is hypocritical because nearly everything we can conceive is based on human, right? Like, it's not surprising that we can only iterate within our illogical bases. So you can't escape the cycle unless something else tries to. And even then, can we even conceive it? Like, what I mean is, like, when someone tries to explain, how did he want to be emotional? He was purely logical. Through the witnessing of the other humans. Isn't that weird? Technically, there's a little bit of a story. They didn't want to make him purely logical. The doctor that made him wanted to construct him with emotional ability that's built from the logical circuits. So, however, the doctor failed. Like the doctor that conceived Data, and eventually, he had an opportunity, but it wasn't available. So he is largely purely logical. However, he saw using his logics, he can rationalize the desire to be emotional. So, well, you can take that with a grain of salt, because Spock has the same type of relationship. He realized that despite his logical propensities, oftentimes there are situations that presents themselves that pure logic is not the optimal outcome. I'll let you deal with that. If something is purely logical, wouldn't they always go with the logical choice? Well, yes, if they lived in isolation, right? If a species lived in isolation on pure logic, then they wouldn't be exposed to any other alternative other than pure logic. So the thing about Data, in my opinion, the wonderful thing about Data and Spock is they're two different types of logical systems that exist today, and it's no longer anachronistic. It now exists today, at least the primer for it. And those two situations, it is through the exposure to a system that has illogical and logical bases that the logic dictated that there's some redeeming quality of it. That was one of the larger premise for those two characters. Like, they are focused on pure logic. When they are placed in an environment with a species, the human species, and other forms of species with varying levels of logical and emotional things, they logically end up concluding that there is semblance of merit to being emotional. Right. A good base, like, we ought to desire a coherent, stable society focused on technological progression. Yeah, that requires emotional, that requires an emotional and irrational form of self-importance. You can't survive off the bat using logic. Yeah. Exactly. I absolutely, if I want to end on a good note, soft power is an interesting concept. I focus on soft power, by the way, because social media wasn't the first time this happened, in my opinion. Soft power existed when it will bring it all together. What does China have to do with this? What does language barrier have to do with this? What is the dissemination, encouragement of different language barriers, culture, and making video games be accessible to a wider audience with multiple cultures and multiple languages? This increases the soft power of the associated countries. And because video games is a lifestyle, you want to make sure the video game is tied to the appearance and presentation of the country. So because it's an effective strategy to condition impressions in younger audience, because the younger audience is a source of soft power in the future. So like the general perception of things that people have is paramount to the country's position. So like if everyone thinks the United States is filled with dumb people and that becomes a pervading circumstance, then the soft power can diminish in various spheres, right? So before social media, this came to exist already. Propaganda, right? Post-war propaganda or pre-war propaganda, or even propaganda during war periods. Now we have social media, so now the thing is even escalated to a point where now the battlefield is online. The battlefield is through your news. So to me, that's what I focus on. So whenever someone asks me about the political things and the optics and stuff, I think of optics. What is important to a developer in a video game or a publisher in a video game? The balance of optics. The objectivity, the hard power part is how much time and resource something takes, right? Is it worth bringing your video game and dubbing it in 3 languages? And then is it worth writing culturally sensitive versions of your game into your 3 targeted audiences in the world? It would increase the perception of soft power and influence in the world. Now that social media is in place, that is one of the major hard to measure nebulous currencies that exist. And now the battlefield has been taken place there. I don't want to diminish the importance of hard resources, because you still need food, infrastructure, like actual hard things. The idea is now the battlefield is not so quick. It's an equalizer, right? I like the concept of soft power because you can't have too much of it and you can't have too little of it. And opportunistically, it can hurt either way. This creates, in my opinion, a somewhat semblance of balance. So those who have a lot, right, those who have a lot of hard power are still somewhat at the mercy of the loss and contractual duties of wielding a lot of soft power. So that's a great, elegant way of saying there are far more checks and balances or an equalizer when you consider the relationship between those two, as opposed to consistently think you can take whatever you want, right? Because you have more resources or more hard power, basically. Is logic the same as objectivity, or do they just share a lot of the same outcomes if applied? Usually, if you're talking about the Spock thing, like the Star Trek thing, which I'll end with that because I'm an hour behind, when Spock and Data is part of the Star Trek stuff, right, and they are solving problems, they notice that some of the outcomes exceeded the parameters of their objectivity because of things like self-preservation, for example. Like, for example, the concept of hope. Spock and Data, especially Spock, he learns that despite there's like a 15% chance of success, the captain took a judgment call and took the 15%, or took actions to increase that odds despite the obvious thing is the objective is to take like a utilitarian approach, for example, like sacrifice the 30% of the crew to save the 70%, for example, or take an alternative chance that it was like a 35% chance to save the entire crew at the sacrifice of the entire crew. And then he had to rationalize why the crew would still do that and unanimously follow their captain. So objectivity failed to understand the logic that the captain had under the basis of the illogical. Basically, the captain believes that every life on the crew is willing to be sacrificed for, and the crew followed the captain. And it was illogical to follow that line of thought. Like, why would you sacrifice 70% at the off chance of saving the other 30% willingly? So it's concepts like that. And then obviously Data being void of emotions, it's hard to know why people want to save him in the first place. The objectivity failed as he didn't have enough knowledge? Maybe. Some of that does occur. Like he says, oh, perhaps, right? Perhaps this and this and this, I could have done better. Or like, that's, to me, that's hear me out. Someone who's purely objective don't usually ask if they have enough knowledge. Which is really funny. Because if you think about it, they would always think that with the current knowledge, this is the objective choice. It's rarely a consideration of whether they have enough knowledge. That's a illogical thing. You are hoping that there were more knowledge you could have had. You regret that there is not enough knowledge. The objective person, which is what Spock and Data does, is they would tell you what the decision is because it's the knowledge that exists now. They do not work on hope or retroactive. Like, if only we had more data. That's not how logic works. Because you're using illogical. You're being wishful. You hope to get more things in order to make a better judgment. So you don't ever justify it that way. True, how can they logically justify pursuing more? Exactly. So in the way Spock and Data, why they are part of the crew, right? Or technically Spock is a different. So the reason why there's Data and Spock is the original generation. Data is the source of logic archetype in the next generation. So those two represent different periods in Star Trek. It's two different crews, and they would not say anything like that. They wouldn't say, oh, if only I had gone back and researched this more at this period, I would be able to answer this question. Or, oh, if only this happened, I could have done. None of that. It would say, this is the logical conclusion. That's it. They wouldn't even mention with the existing knowledge. They simply say, this is the choice, given these facts. Like, not even the idea of saying there's sufficient knowledge or insufficient knowledge. It's rarely also even portrayed that way, because that would insist an illogical manner of thinking, because those things may or may not exist. OG gen versus next gen, which team are you on? That's kind of tough. I'm a little biased towards next gen though. Just because. Don't at me. Right now I am watching OG gen though. Like there's an OG gen and next gen all the time. So the newest one, the reboot, is more related to the OG gen. And the other one, Picard, is related to the next gen, as their handling is a little different. All right. I really need to peace out, but we should really, oh man, honestly, I need to meet another Star Trekkie who's interested in like this type of talk, because just so we wrap everything around, The Federation of Planets, the United Federation of Planets, I think that's what it's called. They are an empire. They are an empire with with more soft power than they have hard power, technically, because every other empire, like the Klingon Empire and the Romulan Empire, right? They have more hard power. So oftentimes the United Federation of Planets, their first course of action as a utopian society, right, is to try to negotiate and avoid conflict. Because when it comes to amassing power, like shooting power, pew pew, and like prowess and stuff, they're really weak. Usually they leverage influence first. So it's through the unity of stars and races that enables them to counteract the undisputed strength of the other empires. So the United Federation of Planets is one of the, like, a great example of modern empires that go beyond the planet situation. All right. Anyways, yeah, I know you're sorry. I'll take it. It's totally worth it though. I'm not sorry, but I'll take it. This is like it's such a good topic. Anyways, I'm not sure if you'll encounter this topic anywhere. I wonder if there's another name for it. Generally, the word is influence. Influence is what I think of. Can you give me one more question to ponder off stream? Sure. I'll carry it to my discussion with Mika, I suppose. What do you got? Man, that is a questionably long question. Is a hard power empire able to get more soft power than a soft power does hard power? I don't necessarily think I need too long to think about it. It's this. This is the answer. For me, logically speaking. I don't know if this is self-explanatory enough. So, soft and hard are over here. So, if you're low on soft power, it's easier to gain. If for hard power, technically it's easier to gain because it's relative to the amount of hard power they have. So like a country that has nothing has a lot to gain. Period. And then a country that has a lot has less to gain. That's probably my impulsive response to it. So it's relative to how much you have. Now, if you were talking about absolute, like let's say like the United States is over here and a country is over here, right? Then it's more the United States have a lot to lose and still the other country has a lot to gain when it comes to soft power. In terms of hard power, that's not true anymore. So imagine, because like the transfer of hard power is not going to happen overnight, but soft power can happen overnight because of social media and the internet. So it's far more rapid. So to me, to tie it in, soft power is immediate. So you have to get ahead of soft power. Politics, basically. Politics have transcended, right? Power and it's not the same anymore. So what I mean is, hard power and soft power are different in this fundamental aspect. Soft power is transcendent of the time, so it is far quicker, like the rate. So the difference here is rate is higher for soft than hard. However, this graph explains this graph would answer that question. If you have less hard power, it's easier to gain. If you have less soft power, it's easier to gain. When you have more hard power and more soft power, it's harder to lose. Now, what the game changer here is that because of the internet, the rate is faster for soft power. So you will do that first. You have more quicker ways to lose rapidly than hard power. When you gain soft power, you can slowly acquire hard power. When you gain hard power, you can more rapidly gain soft power because the rate for soft power is faster. So with gain of hard power, you can convert and try to leverage soft power very easily. Because, like, for example, a gain of hard power would be a island. And that island has a great deposit of, I don't know, rare minerals. That can immediately be used to greatly gain soft power if a country only has this. Like, they don't have much hard power, but they have something that could be converted into soft power, like a bargaining chip. So that's kind of what I would say. It's this stays the same. The rate is different. So aim for something that's more rapid because you can lose it as fast as you can gain it. Kind of like the market. All right. Anyways, that's a wrap for today. I mean, like, I don't know if people are going to be expecting me to do a lesson or not, but this is great. Like, we should really do this more often. Sometimes that I just string together a bunch of probabilities. I love talking about this. I think about this a lot. So yeah, pardon me for overcomplicating things. Generally speaking, though, this stuff is overcomplicated, and it is really wonderful to talk about because it's intellectually engaging, I suppose. So with that said, yeah, it's great as a treat every now and then. Yeah, for sure. That's basically, you put it far more elegantly than I would have just now, right? Yeah, it's great as a treat every now and then. Do not OD on it. Like, one can get, fattened and complacent if you're doing that. Apologize for oversimplifying some of the topics. Yeah, I think we got to challenge each other. We got to make sure that we're on the same page for that. I think that's a learning lesson on my part. Like, maybe we might every once in a while I'll come up with like a routine where we're double checking. Like, wait, hold up. Before we get too far, are we? Yeah, we got to converge. We got to make sure we're converging on the same level of topics, because that's what happened multiple times. It doesn't prevent us overall leading to a great discussion. However, I think we can do better, right? All right, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. I know I didn't really get into anything. That's perfectly fine, right? I suppose if you're gonna watch this later, fair warning, it's a lot of ranting and back and forth. You are more than welcome, obviously, to pick up HanziHero for yourself and go at your own rate. It is through learning language, culture, and whatnot that I get the opportunity to share multicultural perspectives with other people. So my interest in language is reflected in my interest in people's perspective. Yes, I do overcomplicate and overanalyze things. It is through that overanalyze that it makes my life wonderful. And I love to have the privilege of other people's time to evoke the same memory. Having a discussion is a discussion worth having, in my opinion. So if you're unwilling to start a discussion to follow through with it, I will try my best to convince you otherwise. Because why else would you be spending your time? Our hard power of time is very limited. So exercise that self power, right? At least in my opinion. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看。Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.